Let's try. Hello. I hope everyone can hear us now.
Yeah, I think this should have fixed the problem.
Yeah,
Let's try.
that's good. So now people can hear us. Um, yeah, another thing I wanted to fix and couldn't is the stream quality. I determined it should be HD, but for some reason people say that it's only 360. So I think that should be enough for the first round. Okay, so we can, I think, more or less start with the stream officially, as we can say. So I'm here with international master Alex Astaneh Lopez from Ireland, who also has a YouTube channel, and I posted the link in the description below. Astaneh or Alex, how should the viewers address you?
Whichever way they want.
Yeah.
Both Astaneh and Alex are good. For the most part, I go by Alex, but I guess within online chess, most people know me as Astaneh. But Astaneh is my middle name. Alex is my first name. So
yeah. So for those who don't know, by the way, we are watching we're about to start the first round of the World Championship between Carlsen and Karjakin. I personally waited a long time for it, and I already said it before when the microphone was not working properly. So I'm very excited to see the first moves, and I'm really, really hopeful not to see any Berlin in the coming days. That's my only wish for now. What about you?
yeah, well, I mean, I think it's going to be an exciting match. I think one of the things I've heard is some people were saying about Caruana, they wanted it to be Caruana or maybe even Peter Svidler, and I have to say, for those of you who don't know, so it was in the final there was a really dramatic the final of the candidates to determine who would challenge Magnus Carlsen for the title. There was a very dramatic finale, which I'm sure you're aware of, Cal, with Peter Svidler initially being up, I think 2-0, and then Karjakin was in a must-win situation. I think he had to win both games back to back, I think, something like this, to get back into the game. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, I remember something like this. It was very complicated, and with Anand always looming but never having a chance, and there was like all these tiebreak rules that took place, and he could only affect the result but not really win it himself. And somehow with all these psychological issues really worked well for Karjakin, in the sense that the draw was enough for him in the last round, despite equal amount of points or something. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was exactly like this. Or what I remember, I should check the details, but what I remember is that it basically Svidler was almost guaranteed victory, and Karjakin just managed to come back.
Yeah.
And the thing is that a lot of people would have said that they prefer to see Svidler.
Of course.
I mean, from a personal perspective, I've played against Svidler a couple of times, and he's a really, really nice, really cool guy. So I would have liked to see him in the final. But in terms of a tough opponent, I think Karjakin will give Carlsen a better fight. Do you not agree?
I definitely agree that Karjakin is probably has the highest amount of fighting skills among the participants, and in the candidates at least, and his defensive skills are beyond ridiculous from my perspective. And by the way, I want to share a few words about our let's call it interface or graphics. I don't know how to even address it. So as some of you probably heard, there are some legal issues involving this championship and generally the candidates tournament and other FIDE related events, which forbids, or at least attempt to forbid, people from showing the live moves or anything related to the official site. And what we have here in front of us is a page from a social network called Chess Club Live, and this page automatically refreshes every 30 seconds or so. I don't know exactly all the details, but I'm not responsible for the moves on this particular board, and it's being shown on this particular social network via another website. And yeah, as far as I can tell, it's not a very pretty site, not the highest graphics, but it is within the boundaries of the law, and it is legal to have the moves this way. And we will just look between the moves while the two players are thinking. We will have a board over here where we will insert the moves. Actually, right now these are not the moves from the actual game. We will talk about it later. There is another tournament taking place right now. Would you like to elaborate, Alex?
So you probably know a little bit more about it than I do, but it's the I don't know what you call it. Is it the Synchrofield Showdown? Is it something like this? But it's got some of the world's best players, and they're playing, I think, rapid time control. I know the likes of Topalov, I believe Nakamura. I'm sure you know the full list, but it's really a huge event, and maybe a little perplexing that it's taking place on the same dates and around the same starting time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a super strong event, right?
Yeah, as far as I know, I didn't spend too much time regarding this event because I was busy planning and preparing this particular small project of mine. But as far as I know, there are 4 players: Caruana, Anand, Topalov, and who was missing? Was it Nakamura?
Yeah, I believe Nakamura,
Yeah. So these 4 are participating against each other, and as far as I could see, there's like 6 games of rapid being played for 3 days, and then 2 games or 1 game of slow chess or something like this. And overall the event lasts a few days, and then we can then eventually there is a winner somehow. But it was really hard to follow all the details with the World Championship looming in the background. So I'm trying to have a look. So yeah, it's not so easy to understand, but they have a bunch of rapid games today. 2 rounds that are going to be played. 4 games overall between the 4 players. But by now, I assume that Carlsen should have made his first move. Yeah. Do you think it's going to be? There's going to be a delay by the time.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Suddenly we see a position like 5 moves in.
Oh wow. Okay, so we're off.
So that's kind of funny.
So I guess the one thing we didn't say is that we may be kind of, if there's a little bit of downtime at certain points in the game, we will consider briefly checking on the Synchrofield event, right?
Yeah. We would like to keep this event and commentary as interesting as possible for us, and hopefully consequentially for the viewers as well, because even though this event is of high prestige, when the opponents are thinking for a long period of time, then it's not so easy to remain interested for all this time without seeing anything happening on the board. So yeah, I hope the viewers will forgive us and would find the moves from the St. Louis showdown remotely interesting, at least. So let's have a look at what's happening on the board that we have here. It's kind of like a riddle. We're not really following all the games. We just see random positions and we have to guess what happened. So I feel like this is quite obvious for now. We can probably put the position on our study. That's on the other screen, and then show how we speculate that this position has arrived.
Yeah.
This is funny. I didn't anticipate. I thought I would like see every single move, but yeah, it refreshes every now and then, and I can't control it. So
That's crazy. Yeah, that's a little bit strange.
yeah, but I feel like this position is something we can talk about, at least for the beginning. I have a few words to say about the opening. So Carlsen is playing the Trompovsky. So let's have a look on our study over here. So we go back to the first game. So Carlsen probably played d4, knight f6, bishop g5. And now Karjakin responded with one of the most principled moves, if not the most trendy move these days, d5, bishop takes f6, g takes f6. And this is considered to be fine for black as far as I can tell. I also played myself sometimes. And now e3, c5. So black is following all the principled moves. And what next? What is coming next? Do you have any predictions?
Well,
I already see the next moves actually.
What I think is quite interesting about this is that in my database here of like near 2,500 elo average, nearly 400 games, white has scored 43% with this line. So it's not a line that has an especially strong reputation, especially ambitious for white. But I'm sure Carlsen will come incredibly prepared, and of course believes that there is something here, an edge to be had.
I don't think so. I don't think he believes there is an edge. I think he just wants to get a game out of the opening without having Karjakin neutralizing, let's call it, the richness of the position. And
so this is knight c6 and bishop b5 have already been played, right?
Yes.
So that's interesting because in my database, the most popular move instead of knight c6 on move 5 is e6, and then after that there's queen a5 check, and then after that knight c6. But e6 is by far the most popular move, and the game typically continues with either c4 or knight c3 or even knight f3, right? But the main line goes c4, d takes c4, queen takes, king takes, bishop takes c4, something like this. So it's and after
this I played it myself with black several times in Blitz and Rapid, and this is considered to be good for black, and practically with some winning chances with the two bishops. So knight c6 is probably maybe more ambitious. I don't know, because there's no risk with e6 as far as my logic is concerned, but it's probably a more ambitious move. That's all I can say about it. And bishop b5 is obviously principled, trying to maintain the pawn for now. I guess the idea is to reply to e6 with b4, and now the pawn will be protected. But I honestly have no idea about the theory here. So Carlsen already has forced us to start thinking. So maybe Karjakin is also in the same spot.
Well, that may be so, but what's interesting about this line knight c6 is bishop b5. This is not a novelty, but according to my database, which is it's the online database, so it's really up to date. There's only been one high level game in this position that played this move bishop to b5. The only time was a 2564 rated player called Raman. He played this, but previously this position before move 6 has been very hotly debated in 2015 and in 2016. Caruana played c3 on move 6 instead of bishop b5. He played c3 on move 6 against Giri, and that game ended in a draw.
So let's start to suggest moves for black. Maybe if we could come up with some ways to go wrong, there will be something to be learned from our thinking process, and then comparing it with what Karjakin will play. So, in this position, after bishop b5, there are two logical responses that come to my mind. One is e6, as I mentioned, and the other one is queen a5 check. And I'm familiar with the same position actually with the bishop on f4 and the knight on f6 from the London variation, and then there queen a5 check is considered to be the most accurate, forcing knight c3, and then usually the follow-up is a6, trying to get back the c5 pawn as fast as possible. But what could be the difference? Probably after bishop a4, for a start, queen takes c5, the pawn on d5 is hanging. So black does not recover the pawn that easily. And if e6, I guess a3 will prepare b4. But it's not so easy to understand, because queen takes c5, still there's a lot to calculate. Queen d4 also looks interesting, followed by b4. Very complicated.
Queen d4 seems very uncomfortable, right?
For black, yeah. So, as far as I can tell, queen a5 shouldn't work without the knight on f6 guarding the d5 pawn.
Yeah.
Seems like the logical response should be something extremely concrete in the center. So e6 or e5 followed by a5 after b4. So
e5 just feels like you don't have a right to play this move. I think it's too ambitious.
Well, white kind of broke some laws in the opening, so counter-attacking in the center might be logical if it works concretely. But
okay, but after e5, so after e5 we play, that's fine, but then c4 maybe.
C4. By the way, I want to mention that as a challenge for myself, and I assume that Alex also accepted this challenge silently without us mentioning it before the stream, we are both going to analyze the entire game using only our brains and maybe consulting each other's ideas, but we are not intending to look at any engine recommendations, and personally I don't want to look, at least I'm aspiring not to look for the entire 12 rounds. So this is something that I disliked when I noticed it being done by strong grandmasters who were commentating in the past, when they just shoot computer lines and evaluations and pretend they know everything. So we are just analyzing, and there's a lot of potential for mistakes, so feel free to suggest moves in the chat or just correct us if we're wrong, and take it as an exercise for yourself, and it would be nice if you don't look with an engine yourself as the viewer. So c4 in this position, counter-attacking in the center. What can black do? Probably bishop e6 would make sense, trying to develop, but yeah, the position is definitely far from clear. Looks easier to play with white, but
so you're playing bishop e6. One of the problems, I guess, for
you just take
showing viewers is just that you cannot play something like d4 comfortably, because besides all this typical stuff, the problem is with this structure, you end up with this exchange, even if it interested black, which of course it does not for many other reasons, but even if it interested, that structure I think is quite unpleasant. Maybe you disagree, I don't know.
I agree completely with the structural point. d4 does not feel right. And let's have a look if they have any other moves. No, it seems like Karjakin is thinking. It's very important not to rush. It's his first World Championship game, and he doesn't want to mix the move orders or anything of this sort. I'm sure he didn't rehearse this particular line before the game. So
yeah, because this bishop b5 check is relatively new, right?
I think it wasn't a check. I think he took on c5 first.
Sorry, this bishop b5 move. You're correct.
Yeah. So my guess is that Carlsen prepared it, and that computer will not show an advantage for white, and this is probably why Karjakin might not have treated it with as much attention as probably the other moves that might have been more principled objectively. So I guess Carlsen found a way to equality or to some play later on if black finds the right moves. Very rarely see Carlsen going into forced draws from the opening, so especially when he's white. So I predict some struggle to take place, unlike the previous first rounds that I've seen in World Championships.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think Carlsen is maybe demonstrating what he's demonstrated in the past, which is that even though maybe opening theory is not his like a super strong part of his game, he is considered to be very sneaky. He's very good at getting his opponents, taking his opponents into positions that are maybe not super theoretical, but that he plays extremely well. I don't know if you also have this impression of Carlsen.
Well, Carlsen is very strong in chess, and that's my main impression of him. And as a result, or just regardless to it, he's also very confident. And combine confidence with skill and a little bit of self-awareness, and you just don't want to face computers, you just want to face humans. And that's pretty much it. All there is to say about his opening strategy. He doesn't want to run from the opening, he just wants to get a position with as many pieces and complexity as possible, where his opponent is forced to think with his own brain. So that's not so easy to achieve, and I think this is the main challenge for his entire team when they work on openings. Rather than searching for an edge or some form of a pleasant position, like most professionals do nowadays. So when I analyze openings for white, I'm searching for an edge, or if sometimes when black finds all the best computer moves in a position that's relatively new or uninvestigated, I just follow 10 or 15 moves of forced sequence. I memorize it, and then I say, okay, if he finds 30 precise moves, then I'll make a draw, and usually it never happens. But on these levels, I don't think they can afford to use this kind of method, because then everyone knows everything and they just make a draw, and they get criticized for not fighting.
Yeah, which I think is something that happens to a few of the players. Of course, famously, Anish Giri is criticized for this. But even somebody like Peter Leko, he's an amazingly strong chess player. But
I have a small anecdote about Peter Leko. Do you know? Do you know how do you say the word draw in Hebrew?
No.
Teko.
Teko.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah. Yeah. So
it's particularly bad for Peter Leko in Israel.
Yeah. He will probably, people will come up with some nicknames, but he's still very strong these days, and it's quite surprising. He has a reputation of making a lot of draws while being so amazingly strong. So let's see if there is any update. Seems like on my end that Karjakin is still thinking, but of course it's not a guarantee that we are completely up to date with the moves. But let's continue the challenge. Yes.
I'm gonna see if I can change the speaker volume on my end.
Oh yeah.
But a lot of the people in the chat are saying that it's very hard to hear me. So maybe you can.
Yeah, I can fine tune, but I apologize in advance for the sound quality, at least from Alex's side. We are using a Skype conversation. We live in separate countries, so this is our best way to talk together while streaming this. And if if I hear you from my computer speakers, that's the best that we're gonna get, and they're not ideal. So
So, yeah. Oh, shit.
a lot of challenges.
Yeah, the podium and not the podium. I don't know what you call this. You know, the thing that holds the microphone.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it broke recently.
Yeah.
So that just kind of is snapping. But I'm bringing the microphone a little bit closer. Maybe this will improve things.
Yeah. So on my end, the volume is on the maximum, and all I can do is apologize. So let's see the position here after bishop b5. So we suggested e5 earlier. Let's try and analyze it properly. So c4, and now black is facing a serious challenge in the center. As you mentioned, d4 does not look pretty. D takes c4 would probably not favor black as much as before. For example, with the pawn on e6. But actually, I'm not so sure if it's bad.
I'm sorry, Tal, just to
Yeah.
come across you here, but I'm just checking with the chat.
Mhm.
The audio is better because, well, here you guys can see the microphone. I really cannot be too much closer to the microphone.
Well, I can hear you fine, and usually my microphone has better quality than my ears. So I don't know what's the source of the complaints.
So unfortunately, even though both of us have been streaming quite a lot, and you know, we have our own kind of YouTube and Twitch and all of this, we should be. We should know what we're doing, but I hope you don't mind me speaking on behalf of you as well. I don't think either of us. I mean, we love chess, but I don't think the technical side of things is our.
Also, the chess part, I'm not sure we know what we're doing most of the time. But we the one thing that is common to us and probably most, if not all, the YouTubers is that we're having fun. And can't really say why, but I am not complaining either. So let's see the position. And
so just one last thing before I stop bothering you.
It's fine.
If you reduce, I think some people are saying that if you reduce your volume a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
then we have equal volume. Otherwise, maybe it gets a bit annoying.
How do I reduce mine? Because it's the same microphone. It will reduce you as well. We're speaking to the same source.
Yeah, I see the problem. But maybe do you have earphones or headphones?
Yes, but then people will hear you if I wear earphones?
I think that there is a way that you put on the earphones if you have them nearby, because it's a long stream.
Well,
so if this is a big issue for people, we may try to fix it. I know it's kind of...
Yeah, let me just hear it here myself. And excuse me for the echo, but it's still the first round and people are thinking. The players are still thinking, so we're taking the liberty to fix all the first, the beginners' technical issues. So, let's have a look. So, hello. If I'm trying to follow live and hear you. So, I want to hear you speaking on the stream, but you've been quite quiet.
Hello?
Yes, so let's see. I'm trying to search a point where you're speaking. Pretty much it. All there is. Yeah.
So somebody is saying e6 played, by the way, so let's at least temporarily return to the match, right?
Sure. So I'm not sure about the issues with the volume, but you can at least see the moves that we are making. That's what matters the most eventually. So e6. Let's press refresh, I guess. I'm not sure if there are so many different sites and networks that are in between by the time the moves arrives here. I think I'm the only one in the world who's looking in this particular social network, but yeah. You see, it's not ideal, but as mentioned before, we are not complaining. Here, suddenly I see the starting position. Well, let's just take the word of our friend here in the chat, who mentioned e6 was played. So bishop b5, e6. Now b4 would make sense, yeah? What do you think?
So after e6?
Yeah, b4. a5 would make sense from the black side, and now c3. This is normally the typical sequence that is being played. And now, as far as I can tell, black should have something concrete, but bishop d7 would be the usual response. Trying to force something on the queen side, put pressure on the b4 pawn. And then what? Queen b3 to defend the pawn. Or bishop takes c6 is usually quite good for black.
Many people in the chat are saying that c4 has already been played.
After e6.
Yeah.
Yeah, so probably b4 is not as good as it looks. I'm wondering what is the reason. So, I think we are missing out on some of the complications in the opening that could have taken place. So, c4. D takes c4 would be the principal move. Probably somewhat transposing to the line we mentioned before. Queen d8, king d8. And we mentioned in this position bishop from f1 taking c4 and bishop takes c5 with the knight still on b8 as kind of good for black. So how to evaluate this with the bishop on b5? Maybe white has a different idea instead of queen d8. I don't know. Do you have any guess? I think it's mainly about guess the move for us.
I mean, okay, he has queen a4, and then if bishop takes c5, there's bishop takes c6, so he cannot go for that because the bishop is hanging. So now he's threatening queen takes c4.
Yeah. So threatening queen takes
d5, something like this, hitting the g2 pawn, but then knight f3.
Queen d5, knight f3. And now? Once again, this opening looks extremely concrete.
Maybe even something like a6 here. But a6 doesn't actually threaten anything.
Allows knight c3 probably, followed by some long castle. Yeah. It looks like white is the one who's, let's say, having the easier game. At least all his moves are kind of logical and straightforward, and black has to find the solution to fix his development issues. So queen a4 actually seems like a very principled move after d takes c4. Do you have any other suggestions for black instead of d takes c4? I mean, bishop c5 doesn't look right.
Yeah, because if bishop takes c5, we sort of have this same situation we were warning about.
Yes.
This bad pawn structure.
Yes. And,
I think this is very good for white, so I don't think Sergey will go for that.
Especially against Carlsen. So
exactly, yes.
a6 would be...
Sorry, Tal. Just one thing. Unless somehow after c4 we take here. No, okay. I was going to say unless somehow this check gave anything for black, like this, but it seems too crazy, right?
Yes.
The threat is to both take here and also to directly take.
Yes.
So if you have something like this, I take here, and the bishop pair is very strong.
That's correct. So Queen a5 check seems like an interesting option after CD. It's before CD actually, yeah. Here, no, just like this. So bishop c5 followed by queen a5 check. Knight c3, bishop b4. Yeah, but if I'm playing white and I'm just going knight g2 and just queen b5, I castle simply. So you can take on c3 and then on b2. It becomes complicated as usual. It's not easy to understand, but black is going to be up material. Probably one pawn. Maybe white has enough compensation, but it's hard to say. So knight g2 is one interesting move that comes to mind. Also, something like bishop takes c6. Nah, I don't like it. And d takes c6 allows queen takes b5. So knight g2 seems like the most principled move to me.
Unless maybe there is one option instead of knight g2, something like queen b3 or queen d3 even.
Queen b3 allows queen b5.
Sorry, so queen d3.
Yeah, but knight e5 is not legal. So how about e takes d5 in this position?
But to be honest, I mean, so my idea was actually, if e takes d5, now something like knight e2.
Yeah, and it looks quite ugly for black.
Yeah, but the thing I don't like is after queen d3 here, just a6.
And if I take with the bishop on c6 followed by de, I'm going to be a pawn up.
Interesting, yes. I think this is too much, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is as ugly as it gets.
Yeah, this is really, this is...
Yeah.
Although, well, can we say that there may be some kind of attack, right? After a move like queen g5, let's say if you castle, it is not maybe... well, okay.
Well, it's probably lost.
Let's forget about this line, okay?
It's a good idea, but I mean, the more silly lines we come up with, the more fun we'll have, and the more.
The one thing is that apparently the game has actually continued with, so it's a little bit difficult to strike a balance for us, right? Between looking at the complications and sort of keeping up to speed with the game.
Well, we will keep up the speed as the game proceeds, because now they kind of play relatively fast in the opening. So in this position, c4, did black respond already?
So the chat is saying that after d takes c4, I have the game continuation as knight d2, knight takes c5, and knight gf3.
Bishop takes c5.
Sorry, bishop takes c5 and knight gf3.
It seems like both players are fans of development, which we were not in our analysis. So this is a good idea. They don't care about grabbing the pawns as much as developing their pieces as quickly as possible. Knight gf3. And it's funny we are taking the words of the viewers who suggest what has been played in the game. I find it very old school, It's like we're following the newspapers and the magazines to see what was played a week ago. And actually, I have another small anecdote that I didn't have an internet connection for the past 2 or 3 days. My internet fell down and I wasn't sure I'm going to stream today until a few hours ago. And actually, you know what I did when my internet fell?
What?
You won't believe me if I told you, but you remember this thing called wooden pieces?
What do you mean?
Wooden chess set, like an actual physical chess set.
Yes.
I didn't touch it. I mean, I had to clean up the dust. And yeah, I actually wanted to do something with the board, but it wasn't easy. So I decided to grab some of the internet connection from my phone and access my files through the internet. And then I looked at my openings with the board. That was my solution for no internet. And of course, some games that I could find from the European Club Cup. So, chess player with no internet is something that's not so common. Knight GF3.
I think Magnus Carlsen himself talks a lot about how it's important to
Mm-hmm.
to have like a chessboard,
Yeah.
and to work with the board and not rely too much on computers.
Yeah. I agree always in principle. There's so many things that my trainers and friends or professional players told me that are good, and I agree and I'm aware of it, but applying something and knowing it are two separate things in most cases. And yeah, this is one of them. Using the chess pieces, reading books, everything that's less interactive or rewarding.
Yeah, it's true for sure.
Yeah.
I too actually actually I had this wooden chessboard, and it was a really nice wooden board, but I had to buy another one because I had let so much dust gather on the wooden board
Mm-hmm.
that one day it was so dirty I had to like clean it with a spray, and it just ruined the color. It just faded the color.
Yeah.
So this is, of course, this is because I had not used the board in like a year or something like this, or two. So I'm with you for sure. But
Yes.
anyway, so I hear in the chat some people are saying that we're not getting updates.
So let's have a look. Let's have a look at our position. Well, it doesn't look as good as I hoped it would look. Some of the pieces are missing from the from the board I was looking at, and it does not seem to update. One of the viewers was suggesting that we'll have a look at the Chess 24 broadcast, but I mean, in this case, again, I'm not an expert on the rules of intellectual property, but I mean, whether or not we might be in trouble with Aegon, we will definitely be having potential with Chess 24, because we need their permission to show their interface on our stream. At least that's what I would think. So we didn't ask anyone from Chess 24 for permission, so I would rather avoid it for now. And we will improve our methods of finding the moves in the future, I hope. And
maybe
actually,
what we could do.
Actually, I have some friends who also text me the moves every now and then. But I mean, again, I'm not an expert in all the rules, so friends are not the same as social network.
Well, maybe what we could consider is there's a few people here that at least I recognize as followers of my stream, and I imagine that there are some who are regulars of your stream that you would recognize. Mm-hmm. Maybe we could get a couple of those, if anybody is willing to volunteer, make them moderators, and then they can write the moves or something like this.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to be as careful as possible, but I don't know exactly how. I'm feeling like I'm already on the edge here with this, method from the 20s.
Yeah, some people are saying in the chat about, where can I see it online? You can pay $15 to watch it with footage, which I think is a very, very reasonable price. the official website.
Yeah, and they have a lot of new features like virtual reality and 360 degrees and so on.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
But the problem is that Aegon are very, they've sued Chess24 and they've sued others, so we just want to make sure, as Tal has already said, that we stay on the right side of the law, so...
Yeah, and well, if being careful and seeing the moves a little bit later than some other streamers will cause, let's say, fewer people to follow, then so be it. We are going to have as much fun as we can, with or without the limitations. And we want to actually analyze some of the moves. So let's see, knight gf3. Do you have any idea what black might play, or did you already see?
So
I'm really not sure what to do here with black, and it's so funny because I might have played it myself, assuming someone would surprise me with bishop b5. So I feel like I'm badly prepared to this game against Karjakin with black. Or was it? No, against Carlsen, sorry.
So we're knight gf3.
Yeah.
I mean, I have quite a lot of faith. If I'm black here, I have quite a lot of faith in this dark squared bishop, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe c3. You have considered this move.
c3 is what I was writing with the arrows earlier, and I wasn't completely sure whether or not it's a good idea. It looks decent, but if white just takes, I mean, what's the follow-up? Because now, for example, knight d4 becomes an issue sometimes. And these pawns are still weak. Knight d4, queen h5 seems very convenient for white. But yeah, I think my gamble would be on developing. So something
maybe
like
we can consider returning to this position, because many people, I think they want the... I don't know. We have the several conflicts, right?
I was predicting these conflicts in advance. We actually have an update finally.
Yes.
So I hope people will forgive us, because we'll have an update every 3 or 4 moves in the opening, and then later on, of course, every 1 or 2 moves. But the result is that we will analyze the positions deeper before moving on. And I think the main thing we are here to do is to actually try to understand what's going on, rather than just blindly showing the moves. So, and the rhythm is quite fast anyway in the beginning. So now, knight gf3. I see the position. I'm trying to guess how it occurred. So I see a knight on a5, a rook on c1, and both kings castled. So I assume black castled because he cannot play knight a5 immediately. So then white either played rook c1 or castles. I'm assuming he castled as well. It would make more sense.
Yeah, maybe rook c1 is the more versatile move, actually, but...
Yeah, I don't know.
It's okay. Yeah, I see.
I mean,
people are saying castle, yeah.
I mean, this allows knight b4, perhaps?
You're right, absolutely.
So...
Well, bishop takes c4, but...
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's so unclear to me what's going on here. Even now, with this rook c1. So they said that the people are saying that the castle was played?
Yes.
And now...
and then knight a5.
Yeah.
To defend the pawn.
Yeah. So knight a5. So this is the position I saw with the rook on c1. I'm not sure which order it was achieved, but let's just look at this one. So maybe they played another move since then, but still, I mean, it looks like a very interesting position to think of. So first we can summarize that the pawns are weak as they were earlier, and white is going to get back the pawn on c4. Black will have the pair of bishops for now. So The only question is how well black is going to place his pieces when and if he will finish his development. And this question will determine whether or not white has an advantage. I hardly doubt, or I hardly believe that white can be worse from this opening sequence, especially taking into account that Carlsen has played quite rapidly. So, what do you think? Can white be worse in these positions?
No, I don't think white can be worse, but
yeah.
Really, I mean, I think it's a very difficult position to try and press for an advantage because, at least at my level, you know, when black has, a little bit worse pawn structure, a little bit less development, but usually he's able to solve those issues, you know, with the powerful bishop pair and his structure is maybe double pawns, but it's not such a bad structure. I think black. I think black should be comfortable here. I don't think he's better, but I think it will take quite a lot for Magnus to win this position.
Well, it's not about winning as much as just forcing black to play, and then maybe he'll make one mistake, and it could be enough sometimes. You know, Carlsen doesn't have to win anything. He can just force some nice posing problems, let's say, is his main goal. And I'm already facing the issue here, trying to come up with a move for black. Not that I'm a good example, but still.
What is your issue with a6? The move a6 here is black?
So, a6. Let's say I'm playing knight takes c4, for example.
So queen takes d1.
Rook f d1.
And then...
So let's put it on the board. a6, knight c4. Queen d1, rook f d1.
Or actually, I don't think queen d1 is maybe even necessary. Maybe you can skip queen d1.
So ab.
AB.
Knight a5. I can actually take on d8. But I would rather, take here. Probably you want to take with the rook. You don't want to maintain the queens. Yeah?
No.
With such a king. So rook a5, rook c5. Eventually you're going to take on d1.
Yeah. Okay, this is ugly because you take on b5, right?
Yeah, and then like this bishop is going to be weak.
And what about bishop e3 instead of rook takes a5?
The knight is protecting, I think. So
ab5,
ab5, knight a5, bishop e3.
Yeah, but then queen takes d1, rook takes a5. This would be a big improvement.
Yeah. So what can white do? This is actually more interesting than the positions I saw earlier for black. At least more promising.
But still, it's after f takes e3, for example.
Yeah, queen d1.
Rook f d1.
Yeah, rook a5 and maybe rook c7, yeah?
Or just, I was thinking just a3. I don't know, maybe rook c7 is better.
Yeah, black is the pawn up. But if he just goes e5 and develops his bishop...
So rook c7 then, right?
I don't think black should be worse in this position. There are also b4 related ideas. Followed by rook b5. I mean,
this is maybe not so... Yeah.
Not the most convincing for white.
You're absolutely
but
right.
a6 looks interesting. I mean, I would definitely... This is the first move I'll consider as black, because usually when approaching a position you want to first think about threats. Usually captures, checks and threats, but there are no captures or checks that look attractive for black. So a6 is the main threat that you can create in this position. Another idea that comes to mind is queen b6 and trying to get the queen to b2. Those are the moves that come to my mind, trying to counter the pressure on the c4 pawn.
So what is quite interesting is that Karjakin has played, I think, relatively fast a different move. Neither of those options.
What, bishop e7?
Yeah, he played bishop e7.
Well, it makes sense, but I mean, it's a very solid approach. I would try to play for a principled choice. And again, not that I'm a good example for a strong player, but I think that it's important to be quick and try to play energetically when you're on the side that has a static disadvantage. Yeah, but again, it's not so clear who has the static disadvantage with the two bishops. So, yeah, bishop e7 is logical, I guess.
I guess, I mean, this is true that it's not so clear with the static disadvantage because of, bishop pair versus structure, right? It's like two long-term imbalances, one each.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see it actually on the board, this imbalance, because it means we'll have an interesting game.
Yeah, you were right, no Berlin, right?
Yeah, exactly. A dream come true.
But I think it's really interesting because if a6, I think white is would have been forced to lose that light squared bishop, and I think this would have had consequences because after a6 I don't see anything better than bishop takes c4. Or do you think knight takes c4 is good?
Knight takes c4 feels very principled. Whether or not it's good, only calculation will determine, but our sample lines imply that black should be fine, and it seems quite forced also. So I feel like bishop takes c4 should be the move, but then you just grab the second bishop. You will take, right, on c4 with the knight.
Yeah, otherwise a6 makes no sense.
Yeah. And now rook takes c4, probably, not exchanging queens. Then, for example, bishop e7 like in the game. And this position looks okay to me from the black perspective. Yeah, I don't see any reason white should be very happy. So knight c4 seems like the more principled approach. But yeah, as you said, a b5, knight a5, and bishop e3. Now I want to come up with something strong, but I don't see anything for white. The rook is hanging, so I can't even move the queen away. So yeah, nothing looks promising as far as I can tell. So a6 might have been the right move actually. I don't know. It's really hard to come up with a refutation or a good follow-up for white. So bishop e7 was played, yeah?
Yeah, maybe there is some sort of concern after bishop takes c4, knight takes c4, rook takes c4, hitting that bishop, and then some problems like instead of after bishop e7, so a6, bishop takes c4, knight takes, rook takes, bishop e7, I don't know, queen c2 or something like this.
Which move for white?
Instead of black's bishop e7.
Yeah, a6, bishop c4.
Knight takes.
Yeah, rook.
And then rook takes.
Bishop.
So I don't know where you go.
e7.
No, so maybe something like
queen c2. You said.
Queen c2.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel like black should be in any danger because his king is quite safe with f5 coming later on, and for example, bishop d7 and bishop c6 next. There's not much.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Rook c8. I mean, and if any rook g4 check ideas, I will always have f5 and bishop f6 very quickly defending everything.
Yeah.
So at least from where I'm standing, it looks like white is the one who who has to prove something, and I don't see any way to prove it. Yeah, so rook c1 definitely is a flexible move. I'm very curious to see what is going to happen after a6. And this is something that wouldn't happen had I looked with an engine without streaming, because then I wouldn't wonder about this move so much. And probably the engine would point out a solution immediately. Either it's good for black, or just some very easy solution for white that looks extremely simple. So in both cases, it's either Karjakin knows everything, understands everything, or just knows nothing. And
so can I say maybe the answer is, oh no, okay.
When looking with an engine.
Yeah, so I guess let's take a look at bishop e7 and see what's happening.
Yeah, so bishop e7 in this position.
Yeah,
and
do we have any, so Carlsen is still thinking, right?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if he's thinking, but there is no update on my end. So let me show the people how I look at the board once again. So this page will refresh automatically every certain period of time. And, well, I don't know. It's hard to come up with a direct way to play. This is a very Carlsen-esque position. And, well, he probably doesn't want to exchange queens. That's what Karjakin wants. After knight c4 to exchange queens, and then maybe somehow finish his development. Which, by the way, I'm not sure how he will do. Actually, after knight c4, maybe he wants to take on d1 and go a6. Let's have a look on the other board. So, a simple line. If knight takes c4, it's actually a transposition to something we had earlier, and we didn't even look at. So this knight c4, let's say a6 immediately even. Does white have anything in mind? Because in the line we gave earlier, if you remember, here we said knight takes c4, so a6, knight takes c4, and we didn't check the line a b5, knight a5, and now simply bishop e7.
Right, okay.
Also bishop b6, I mean, and rook takes a2, it just looks tremendous for black. So, yeah, we kind of assumed that black had to capture on a5.
Yeah, that's a very good point, yes.
So it's very easy to get our mind fixated, fixed or on some idea, yeah, when it doesn't make too much sense. So yeah, but by transposition we kind of figured out our miscalculation. And now bishop e7, knight c4, so black will probably have a6. So if knight c4 is not the move, then what is?
So he must take with the bishop anyway, in which case we now really understand bishop e7 is logical.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna adopt looking at the game seriously without an engine in the future as well. It really feels like, you know, in a way, like we're honoring Dvoretsky. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
it feels like
sure
old school chess before the computer age. That's probably how people analyzed.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting.
Yeah, so I'm not too sure what white will play now, and Carlsen is thinking, so he might not be too sure as well. So here, maybe waiting for a6 and then taking with the bishop on c4. In the meantime, coming up with a useful move.
Yeah, so maybe something like queen e2, something like this.
Queen e2, a6, bishop takes c4. Knight takes c4. Yeah, but this looks already completely fine for black, yeah? Even more than fine.
Well, okay, knight takes c4, I'm not so sure, because the queen may have some issues here.
Bishop d7.
But now rook FD1.
And then moving the queen. Yeah, I don't have too many squares, don't I?
Yeah, that's the thing.
So maybe now some queen move. Some sneaky move with the queen. So queen d5, for example. Ah, no, there is knight b6. I cannot bring it to h5. So there must be something here. There must be some solution for black. Yeah, what about this ridiculous looking move, queen c7?
But
I don't know even where I'm going. Right? Yeah, it looks ridiculous, but I want to develop. Maybe go rook d8.
No, but I can just go maybe rook fd1.
Yeah, and rook d8.
And then, I don't know, knight d6. Knight d6 is a possibility, maybe, but...
Yeah.
But the question is, maybe this is okay. I win the bishop pair, but I'm not so sure if that is enough.
That's true. By the way, I want to emphasize on a point I said earlier that the main reason I started this stream is because I had it. I think I also wrote it in the description that it's been on my bucket list for a long time to actually watch a world championship properly. As I said, watch all the games from beginning to end without an engine. But I never had an incentive to do it. And streaming is quite a big incentive, so yeah. So I'm not sure if the viewers are using us to understand the position better, or if we are using them to be more serious about it. Maybe it's a mutual beneficial experiment.
I think, I think the only thing is the only conflict is that for us, you as a grandmaster and me as an international master, this is a fantastic opportunity to, as you say, a fantastic incentive to sort of analyze the games in real time. But if a viewer is tuning into the stream and just wants to see the replay, the move by move, and they want to see the absolute latest position on the board, I think that the conflict is that it's not so easy, because I think chess 24 is down and others, and so people are tuning into the stream. Maybe some people are expecting something different to what we had planned, I think.
Yeah, so if anyone is expecting 100% professional streaming with all the moves in real time and the clocks and everything, we apologize, but we can't afford to take the risk. We might get sued anyway, but at least as far as I know, the legal part will be on our side. We don't want to be on the wrong side of the legal actions. So I sincerely apologize for the viewers being compromised, but it's not my responsibility to decide. Yeah, it wasn't my choice to make. Of course, if it was up to me, I would do everything in my power to have the moves for free for everyone to see in real time. And I honestly believe that the moves should or are in principle public domain and does not belong to anyone. But again, I'm not a lawyer, and my friend here, Alex, has a law degree, and even as I heard, you're not 100% sure about what's going on, yeah?
Yeah, well, law is like chess, right?
Yeah.
So much.
It's very concrete. You know some openings, but this is already a complex middle game position, yeah?
Yeah, and move 12 suddenly
yes.
something goes wrong.
And you're playing against an unexpected opponent who plays by a different rules even.
Yeah. But I just wanted to say, maybe before we move back to the game, that for those of you who are maybe frustrated about this, that it's not live at all times, and that we're looking at some analysis.
Yeah.
I think there are several options. The main FIDE website. This is $15 for the whole event, which is a reasonable price.
And
there you can see video footage and everything live. And then you can, of course, independently check chessgames.com. And also, in theory, Chess24 has the website. So, I mean, we just want to make that clear because...
we are not competing with anyone. We are not intending to steal anyone's viewers. We just want to have fun analyzing the positions and trying to be as serious as possible looking at them. And we have no hidden motive, just trying to spread the passion for chess in a way that we believe is legal, and hopefully we won't be proven wrong. So let's have a look. Still haven't updated on my end. It even went backwards. So maybe they allow takebacks nowadays with all the different rules.
In this case, I will take a few minutes break, and I'll be back soon. Okay, pal?
No problem.
All right.
So, I will analyze the different options here by myself for the moment. And as you probably know, we're both in the, I should call it, central eastern part of the world. I don't know. Alex is living in Ireland, which is in Europe. I live in Israel, which is technically in Asia, but the times are very similar to Europe. So it's very late for us right now. I assume it's more or less 2 or 3 o'clock in New York. And for me right now, it's after 10 at night. And I actually woke up something like 20 hours ago. So I really, maybe 18 hours ago. I feel extremely tired at the moment, but that's part of the fun. When someone is tired and is trying his best to analyze chess, that's when the true weaknesses are revealed. That's what my coach, or at least my previous coach who raised me for 10 years, Ilya Botvinnik, told me many times. So I'll attempt to look at what we have of the position. So bishop e7, and now white has to make a move. And as we mentioned before, I'll just quickly repeat, knight c4 is not so promising in my eyes. Not here. Knight takes c4 here because of a6. And now white is faced with a problem. A takes b5 is of course a threat. If knight a5, there is a b5, and rook takes a2 will follow. So I don't like it very much. And if bishop a4, then probably white is dropping a piece because of knight takes c4 followed by b5. So let's show it on the board. This position looks like white. Actually, there's rook d4, but let's say queen d1, rook d1, and now b5. And intermediate moves keep popping up, but I believe at the end white will come up short of ways to rescue some loss of material. So knight c4 is not that promising. And by the way, I'm predicting there will be a few points in the stream where I'll mention one move is not so ideal, and then Carlsen or Karjakin will play it anyway and will prove to outcalculated me. And I'll be glad to be proven wrong as many times as possible while giving my best. So I'm here to learn, just like I hope we all are. If we are searching for entertainment, then we can watch maybe the rapid showdown in St. Louis, which we probably will at some point. So knight c4, as I mentioned. If bishop c4 will be played at any point later on, it feels like black's strategy is kind of successful. But let's check it more concretely. So queen e2 was the human move that comes to mind by Alex and myself. And a6 is once again the logical follow-up. Bishop d7 is also kind of logical if black just wants to equalize. I don't see a big problem with it. Kind of forcing bishop d7, because if bishop c4, this is a much better version of the previous variation, because now the bishop is developed. It can go to b5, it can go to c6, and it's probably better for black already. So bishop takes d7 is kind of forced. Queen takes d7, knight takes c4, and yeah, this position shouldn't be dangerous for black. Rook ac8. Yeah, and if rook d1, for example, there's already queen takes d1 check, followed by rook takes c4. So yeah, I think black should be fine here. I don't see any serious ways to annoy him. It's correct to assume that the pawns are weak, but after f5 and bishop f6, the bishop will probably be more active than the knight. And the knight also is lacking a very useful square. So I'm not too sure what white should play, and I really want to think before suggesting the next move. So I'll have... Someone is saying there's rook g5 check in that line, but I believe I was referring to rook g4 check. Let's have a look. So let's say here. Sorry, this position. So rook a8, there's rook g4 check, king h8, and I'm not sure what's the follow-up for white. f5 is coming with tempo, bishop f6, and there doesn't seem to be any way to force a mate or even an attack by white. Rook d1 is probably a good tempo, but queen c6, for example, and I don't really see any useful or convincing move. And black can even be better after f5, bishop f6. Any endgame without the heavy pieces will probably favor black. So back to the position I assume is still in the game. Well, what can white play here? I might be behind, but I think it's valid to think, even if the moves were already played. So what can I suggest for white? It's not so easy. I really want to suggest as many moves as possible, so at least I have a reasonable chance for guessing most of the moves being played in the game. I will feel a bit bad if I keep suggesting candidates that are never happening. Not bad, but let's say I'll feel a bit too challenged for my own good. So bishop e7. Maybe another development move with the queen, but where? Queen a4 allows a6, b5. Queen c2 doesn't make much sense to me. Putting it on this open file. I don't know. So, any updates? Oh, suddenly there is an update. Let me show the viewers what we have. So, suddenly from this position, it immediately jumps to this position. So, Alex, you're back with us? I can't hear you suddenly.
You should be able to
yes,
hear me now.
Yes, now I'm hearing you. So, the position suddenly jumped on my social network from this scenario with where you left to a position with the queen on c3. I assume that arrived via c2 and a queen on d7. So my guess would be that here white played queen c2, bishop d7, takes queen c3. Yeah. But I highly doubt my chess skills by now, because I even stated that queen c2 does not make much sense. So yeah, this is fun. What do you think? Queen c2. Yeah. Let's see your take on this move, queen c2, now that you know that it was played.
Yeah, no, I think that this is a fine move.
Well,
Maybe I don't.
yeah, my reasoning was that uh, after a move like bishop d7, the rook c8 will be in the same file as the queen.
Yeah.
But of course I did not anticipate this concrete idea of queen c3. So of course knight takes c4 is not so promising because of rook c8.
Yeah.
However, yeah?
No, what I was going to say as well is, in this position, one of the... So we had talked... Oh, sorry. So
Yeah.
So we had talked about, the possibility of queen e2, but
Yeah.
one of the things about having the queen here is, after this type of exchange, right? So like, let's say, queen e2 and, I don't know, something like this, like this, like this, like this, let's say. So there's two things. First of all, sure, you're not on the c file, but you are on this diagonal, which can maybe give black some play with moves like bishop b5. Then the other thing is that I think is maybe more relevant is if the queen is on c2, it can transfer over to attack the king with ideas like this a little bit more easily, as well as c3, right? So I think this is what Carlsen is thinking, these two.
To be honest, I have to correct the variation here. I think bishop d7 is relatively forced by white. I think bishop c4 is not precise in both cases. So bishop takes d7 should be the case. And maybe if we compare, we should compare this position with the position in the game with the queen on c3.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think maybe the same thing applies. I absolutely agree that this is the line that should be played because it would be silly, right, to give the bishop pair. Or to not take this bishop when you get the opportunity, but I guess in that case, really, this queen c3 move becomes the big point, right?
Yeah.
Here and targeting, it makes sense.
Yeah. So knight takes c4 is a very very logical continuation, and this position, as I stated before, looks okay for black. So maybe white doesn't want to get the position which is okay for black. That's why I played queen c2, aiming for the same ideas with a6, bishop c4, and knight c4, and rook fd1 to follow. It's really hard to understand whether or not it's fine for black.
No, but sorry, yeah. So this is what I originally intended to say, that in this position here, this queen e4, in this lines with a6, right?
Yeah.
Of course, in the line with bishop d7 we take, but in the lines with a6. Now the queen here versus here, this possibility is quite interesting because this one is no longer as interesting, right?
There's no tempo.
But with queen e4 suddenly becomes more interesting because you have this type of idea and also pressure on b7.
Actually, here it's not so clear how black will tackle rook fd1. Probably the only way is some queen c7 related ideas, but for example, this position after queen 7, white might be able to show some tactics. I'm not sure how exactly, but knight c5 comes to mind, but doesn't look promising actually. So yeah, with the queen on c2, also black's queen on c7 is a bit less exposed. So
no, but maybe queen e4 here. No, after queen c7.
No, I was just thinking maybe there's like this, and f5, queen e5. No. Maybe. I guess queen e4, as you just stated earlier, is the logical way to pressure black. If I give this move, you should probably check me on g4, king h8. It's really hard to understand what's going on.
Maybe this is actually not so good for white.
Sometimes it feels dangerous for black, and then suddenly it's better for black when white doesn't have a concrete way. So it's very difficult to evaluate, and I'm very curious to know what is the response by white after a6, because there must have been something. I mean, bishop c4 is forced, but what next?
What about
maybe just queen c4 actually? I don't know, just wondering.
Yeah, but I feel the knight is misplaced here.
You're right.
But what I'm curious is in this position here, let's say, okay, queen c7. So does this give absolutely anything?
So, how to evaluate this? Probably queen should go somewhere active, like let's say d6. Should probably take rook a8.
Yes.
And I mean, how do you exploit?
So something like maybe
Rook d1, yeah. Then queen c5. I mean, black shouldn't be worse, I think. This structure is very typical in the French defense, the Tarrasch variation, 3 knight d2.
What about like a move such as queen e4 here?
And so attacking b7.
Because now the light squared bishops are off the board. This is a better deal for white, right?
Yeah, so let's say I go queen b4.
And I cannot squeeze here with queen exchange and rook c7. There's no squeeze there.
Maybe. But I mean b5. Which piece is? I mean, is white even going to attack? I can start with rook d8 probably, and then go b5.
Rook d8, I go probably this move.
But then rook d1, rook b1. So.
But I take here.
Let's see, rook d1, rook b1, check, and a5 should be okay for black.
Yeah, no, this is true.
So, I mean, black has no real weaknesses, and if we exchange pawns and I don't lose material, then the bishop usually becomes better than the knight at some point. But of course...
What if after rook d8, let's say I play something like g4?
I think king f1 was good, but just...
But I want after rook here, I want...
you don't want to have rook b1. I see. So let's say I go b5. It feels kind of
now,
good.
Maybe now a3 maybe?
Okay.
Or even, I mean, here I somehow feel even something maybe like knight d4.
Yeah. Now you might have some chances to press. So I guess black has to be careful. But let's have a look at what actually happened. I mean, I agree that this is a very principled way to play, and it's very dangerous for black also to go for such a line without calculating everything. So knight takes a6 is a risky move because in principle, even though it takes the bishop, it does not develop a piece, and this one is much safer because it develops a piece. It actually happened in the game, so I should promote it. Takes, queen c3. As I mentioned, knight c4, rook c8 doesn't look so good. So queen c3 was played. And the knight is of course under attack. And if the knight moves back, then suddenly knight c4 of course is working now. And there's no dark light squared bishop, which increases the pressure on white, let's say.
Yeah, for sure.
So
what did black bet?
Let's see our page from the 1920s. It's so funny how it loads. I mean, I leave it on the study, but I mean, if people would see how it would load, they would even be more frustrated. It just puts piece by piece. It's like a human is sitting there and arranging the position. And sometimes pieces are missing. So this is the position. Queen d5 is probably played. It's funny that we don't even have the clock information. I really enjoy going back in time with you. Like we went on a cruise. So queen d5. And what is the next move for white? So far we're not doing a good job predicting the moves from the game. But we feel challenged, that's for sure. So queen d5, protecting the knight on a5 and the pawn on c4. aiming to exchange queens if knight takes c4. White will probably not take. What do you think white can do? Any candidate moves? Let's try to explain to the viewers how we think.
So, I mean, of course, e4 is the kind of move that you consider and then maybe you automatically discard, right? But
yeah. Why automatically though?
Yeah, because it's a very kind of move you have to be very responsible about playing this kind of a move because this bishop can in the future really come to life and your knight will lose a potential outpost because this is like a semi outpost, right? Because if you put a knight here, if he kicks it out with the only pawn, then he ends up with this structure like this and options like knight f5 for you. But once you go here, so you take away a semi-outpost, let's say, and you also take away this square for your knight. And many problems, but you want to play it to hit the queen.
And prevent f5 also.
And prevent f5, and also in some situations, maybe even play e5 yourself.
Yeah, but without the dark squared bishop, it makes less sense.
I mean, of course, also his knight is being defended by the queen, right? So
queen h5
here,
probably, or c5.
For example, if you were to go there, already there are this kind of tactics.
Queen takes b4.
Sorry, okay, queen. There are no tactics.
No, but it is a form of tactics. But I mean, I didn't spot this idea. I would have probably missed it with the bishop on g7.
Yeah,
but
for whatever reason, I forgot. For some reason, I was only thinking this.
Yeah.
But of course, yeah, this pawn is simply not dependent.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No, so then e4 is kind of silly, right?
Yeah, but I mean, not really silly, but let's say double-edged. Okay, but if black has an extra move, he would get rook ac8 and he would be better. So
yes,
probably white should already take on c4, and now he's not in risk of rook ac8. And I'm not sure who equalized, if it was white or black after knight takes c4. I'm not sure who is equalizing here, but it's definitely not better for white. At least assuming that E2 average grandmasters are playing and not Carlsen with white.
So, Cal, can I just see there if there's any sound setting at all? Because I checked when I took a break. I checked a replay of part of it, and it's very difficult to hear me. So is there any like Skype, if you go to the Skype sound settings within Skype?
Yes.
And you get the audio sound, how is that playing?
Well, everything I will press on Skype will change the camera capture. So, but...
Are you sure that hold on a second.
Yeah, it's just capturing the Skype screen.
If you press Tools, Options, and Audio Settings within Skype, so hold on a second. Excuse me. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's actually entirely my fault. I've changed a setting there. Can the viewers tell me if maybe you guys can hear me?
Yeah, something changed in the audio, but I'm not sure if it's for good or for bad. The viewers might
that would
judge.
Be great if
Someone is saying in the chat, Yossi Schutzman, but who was once a teacher when I was like 9 years old in Tel Aviv in one of the classes studying chess, that 58 minutes for Sergey and 113 minutes for Carlsen. So it's nice to know that some fellow Israelis are watching, despite no serious advertisement of this stream. So let's see, what do we have here? This position, knight takes c4, looks like the correct move, and we have an update. So let's show the viewers what I see in our old-fashioned board. this position. It's not so difficult to guess how it occurred. So I cannot guess which piece took on c4, but I would pick the knight. It's funny. It's actually a funny thing to guess which piece to take on c4. I guess the knight, but it's far from obvious.
What? You're asking queen takes c4 versus knight takes c4.
Yeah, because there's queen a5 and there's rook fd1. Both moves allow an intermediate move or an additional option.
Yeah, that's great.
It's kind of funny. I see the position that's obvious, but I don't know how they reached it, and I can't guess. And when you look at the game, it all looks so clear and simple. Yeah.
They have exchanged on c4?
Yeah. I showed the viewers. You probably didn't see yet, but on my old-fashioned board, the position is the rook on c4 and all the pieces are missing. So, but I'm trying to think how they reached it. I mean, I'm not sure if it's that relevant for the viewers, but this is my own kind of puzzle here to try to guess how the game took place, unfolded. Maybe the viewers can learn something from our wonders, let's say, in the move order land. I mean, I'm not sure the position after rook c4 is that interesting to watch. This question is quite concrete. So, Alex, which piece, just by intuition, which piece would you grab? Let's say in a blitz game.
I would play knight takes c4.
Mm-hmm. Me too, actually. But I would probably miss rook fd1. But
yeah, I mean, and then I would regret it. Yes.
No, I wouldn't regret it. I would just avoid exchanging the queens for whatever reason, and then regret this.
But there is one point, which is, let's say after knight c4,
queen
so
c4.
you play you play knight takes c4, and
Yeah.
let's say rook d1,
Yeah.
and then you play something like queen c6, right?
Yeah. Queen
And then
c4.
he takes,
Queen c4. Now rook c4.
takes everything, and then I guess my only hope is rook c8 hitting this rook, and then the point is your back rank mate, because if you had the pawn say here, then rook d7 at the end of the line would really annoy.
Yeah, but rook d1 is still an extra tempo.
Yeah, but I think it's not a tempo that you do much with, right? So let's say, for example, like this, like this, like this. Excuse me.
Yeah, but wouldn't you be surprised that that Carlsen did not play rook d1 given the chance?
Yeah, this is a good point.
I mean, the rook is definitely on f1 in the position
unless maybe
rook d8 with tempo.
Yeah.
That's a good point actually. Rook d8 is a tempo, and now it's not so clear how to reply. And maybe rook dc1 will just transpose to a normal position. But I have a feeling that black would like to play rook c8 and exchange a pair of rooks. So actually this is in favoring white. If black will play rook d8, at least as far as I can tell, rook dc1, then the addition of rook d1, despite losing the tempo, affected the game in a positive way. So
But let's say
rook c8 would be the move I would want to play with black, and in this case the rook on d1 cannot harm. But maybe I'll still play rook dc1, I'm not sure. So it's really hard to tell, but rook d1 is definitely a move I'll insert, just in principle. But maybe it loses a pawn on b2? Is it a consideration?
Somebody just said, please adjust Alex's microphone. Sounds like he is in a well. That's pretty funny, a little bit tragic, but pretty funny.
Yeah. Well, it would be interesting to stream from a well, wouldn't it? We should try it one time.
I think technically that may be beyond us.
Yeah. And then we will like have the same viewer and he will regret having made this comment. Yeah. Queen takes c4.
Well within a well.
Yeah. Queen b2, but this looks okay for white. I mean, rook b1, rook b7 shouldn't be concerning at all. So yeah, rook fd1 is a move I would suggest to insert, and I don't think I'm missing any big tactic there. Queen takes c4 allows queen a5, which also looks good for white, even better than before. So, can you hear me, Alex? You probably are adjusting your microphone.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seems like one problem gets fixed and another problem.
Well, I'm not sure it was such a big of a problem, because I used the same method to stream a few times in the past and nobody complained about the volume. I mean, maybe people here in the World Championship stream have too high of a standards.
No, I don't think that that's the case.
No, I'm just
because
kidding.
I checked it myself and it was quite poor.
Okay. So I don't know how to. I mean, maybe for the next streams, I mean, there is a chance I'll host you again because I don't have 12 people, and there might be 12 rounds. So maybe we will test it at some point, or let's say later on in the game after the stream ends, we can fix it while the viewers can judge, and then I'll cut it out eventually of the video. So should we go back to the game and suffer with the volume? I suggest we should. Yeah, I wish I had checked it earlier, but there are so many things that can go wrong. Usually the volume is not one of them. So queen c3, queen d5 was played, and I'm still busy guessing what was the move order, and I'm quite convinced it wasn't queen takes c4, because queen a5 looks really nice for white, yeah? So it must be knight takes c4 that was played, and I assume Carlsen didn't play rook fd1 for some reason. It will be funny if he did play it and I just missed it somehow. So, what do you think?
So, I mean, there is one other kind of interesting possibility, I guess, of if rook here. So, am I right in saying that this can be considered? It looks kind of ridiculous, but maybe it works.
Excuse me for feeling tired. As I said earlier, when you were gone, I woke up like 19 hours ago, more or less. And I'm going to stay up. I'm probably gonna complete a full cycle by then if the round will continue as expected.
What do you think about this move, knight takes e3?
I'm not a big fan.
So what do you
That's no way to treat a lady.
What do you think? What are you gonna do?
I mean, I'm gonna take it. Yeah, knight d5. I don't think. Maybe Karjakin will play it. Yeah, no disrespect to Karjakin's skills, but he can play it and just make it look easy. Yeah, maybe it's just good, but it feels like white has at least something tangible to almost claim. Yeah.
But how? I mean, what
how?
do you play? Something like.
So usually if I'm white here, I'll try to preserve the rooks. So maybe I'll go to c4. And yeah, then just go h4, h5 and try to focus on maintaining.
But I think, like, say for example, I play a move like f5.
Yeah, and you want to go bishop f6.
Yeah, I want to play bishop f6.
Yeah, but now knight e5, for example, and rook fd8.
I just feel like material is level, and this knight here on d5 is very strong.
Yeah.
My impression is that somehow the...
How is it called, by the way? Lasker's exchange or something like this? When you have a knight, I mean a piece, a rook, and a pawn for a queen.
I had no idea that
I think I heard the term something with Lasker's name. Usually I ask such questions and the viewers are helping me. So here, I don't know. Let's have a look if my position was updated.
So, even for example, after knight e5, instead of bishop to f6, you would play this move bishop to d6.
So, bishop to d6.
Yeah, and if knight to d7, we see this sort of example.
Yeah. It's not so easy to pretend that white has an advantage. I guess it's a real option. So Carlsen played queen takes c4, as far as I understood. Takes, and this is the last position I have seen. Oh man, so many updates. Suddenly 5 moves dropped on us. Actually, so okay, I'll try to guess how it occurred. I don't know which rook went to c8, but my guess is that something along these lines. G3 or king f1, then rook d7, and then the other move. Let's say king f1, rook d7, g3. I'm probably wrong about the move order, but yeah. G3, and now black to move. Let me show the viewers what I see actually. So I see this position. So I was trying to guess how we reached it. And now it should be black to move. Well, this is where my area of expertise is taking a small nap, you know? I don't really understand what's going on in these endgames, and usually with either color I feel like the position is equal and I should just calculate and make decent moves without worrying too much about the evaluation. But as I said earlier, I don't think black is in any sort of risk. I don't think even Carlsen can pressure this too convincingly. So Alex, did you see my guess of moves? Can you still hear me? The
Sorry, I'm interacting with the chat. Somebody is trying to provide some technical help. We're trying to figure out the audio situation, the ongoing audio problem.
So let's see. Rook ac8 or rook fc8 must have been played. One area where I might be wrong, and it can be also king f1 or g3. So instead of analyzing the position in the game, I'm trying to analyze how they reached it, and in this way maybe explain some to the viewers and to myself some subtleties in the position. So I don't see a difference between rook a and rook fc8, but this is one of the toughest questions in chess. Which rook to put on that square when they both seem very similar. But if white will go rook c1 against both and I take and go rook d8, it will just transpose. So I'll take the liberty of just passing this question for now. Rook d8, threatening mate. So either g3 or king f1. And king f1 would feel more natural to me, to bring the king to the center in case of a check on d1. But I can't really say for sure. Actually, king f1 will allow rook d1, king e2, rook b1, and this is a threat with check. And in case of g3, rook d1 check, king g2, rook b1, there's rook c7, and white is winning a pawn probably. So maybe g3 is the more precise way to go. And now, as I mentioned, there was rook d7, king f1 in some order. So the viewers can suggest whether or not my guess was correct, but now that I see this position on the board, I'm supposed to be a grandmaster and say something smart, but I'm out of wisdom for one game. So my stash of wisdom is run out.
So do you want me to share the last moves?
If you know them.
Yeah, so black played f5.
Ah, you mean afterwards? I was
position.
thinking like how they reached it, but maybe it doesn't matter that much. So, but I see the update now. The bishop is on f6 and the pawn is on f5.
Yeah.
So how did they reach it? f5, king e2, bishop f6 looks like the only way to get there. So that was a relatively small jump, you know, only a move and a half instead of 5. So my guessing skills are not interrupting the flow of the game. So f5, king e2, and now bishop f6. And now, what can we say about white's move? Okay, obviously the pawn on b2 is under attack. I would suggest moving it. Probably b3 is a safer square. Rook c2 looks passive. Rook b4 might be interesting as well. Thinking about this position reminds me that I'm tired, you know? It's not so easy. I think I'm gonna be much more mature of a player and a person after these 12 rounds.
Yeah, I think...
So,
so I think that the next move that white will play, in fact, I believe has played is the logical one, right? b3, I think.
why not rook b4?
The rook on b4 seems just a little bit misplaced, right?
I guess. Well, I don't know. Just these positions is usually where I struggle to concentrate hard and maintain my interest.
After something like rook b4, then rook c7.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't really see anything good there for white.
Fortunately, I prepared some snakes just for in case such endgames occurs, so I can have more sugar in my blood. So b3 was played already. Well, now I also have much more sugar on the table, as I spilled. How can you spill a snack? I don't understand. How do you call it in English when something is like, you know, kind of solid, but you know there's a lot of frosting, or I don't know the word. Like there's a lot of small bits, small parts.
Crumbs.
Crumbs. So it's crumbling.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's crumbled.
So usually in my streams, if I don't come up with great moves, I learn some English. That's one of my goals. So, what do we do now with black? Actually, this might be referred to, if treated properly, as an endgame masterclass. Yeah, by two of the best players in the world.
Yeah, do you think that Carlsen will be able to put Karjakin under any significant pressure in this position?
No, I don't. But I think that he would be able to do it to me with both colors.
Yeah, I think this I can agree with. Not to you. I mean, this I could relate.
So
Yeah.
the question is how to do. I mean, I would like to pretend that I'm on Karjakin's side and learn how to survive against Carlsen in an equal endgame. Probably it's not too challenging for a player of his caliber, but still, as you can see, they're both. I mean, I'm assuming it's not only my updating, my lack of updates. It's also that they are thinking now, instead of just busting moves quickly. So, what can black play? King F8?
Yeah, I believe that's what's been played.
So, someone in the chat. By the way, people, if there's anyone from Israel who's watching, please write in English. I don't think it's very polite to write Hebrew text. I mean, I'm sure other people speak other languages as well, and they don't write in German or Spanish or French, etc. So, but I will state that someone was asking in Hebrew, why am I yawning all the time? And the reason is that I'm tired. But it has nothing to do with the position. I just woke up a bit too early for my own good. So,
Well, I think also the position is now.
no, I won't say the position. I mean, the position definitely does not contradict my state of mind. But, yeah, it's not the reason. It's just a catalyst, you know? So, King F8. It's funny, watching the World Championship is a catalyst for sleeping, if it's even something you can say. Someone is saying H3 has been played. Let's check my old version of a board. I don't know even how to call it.
Yeah, indeed, H3 has been played.
Yeah, so H3 has been played. Okay, putting it on the board. So I think at this point, even though we are supposedly commentators, it would be a good idea to set an example and actually think and come up with something profound to say about the position. So obviously H3 seems to prepare G4 related ideas. At least that's my line of thinking. FG4, HG4, and maybe grabbing some space in the process. it's posing some questions for black. And I can't really say I understand what black should exactly do. I know one thing for sure, one principle in endgames. It's valid in general in chess, but especially in the endgame, that when you have a position, even if it looks harmless, the worst thing that you can do is be passive. So black would like to find a way to generate some active counterplay at some point, especially with the fact that he has the bishop. But he doesn't seem to have any targets, and white's pieces are a tiny bit more active. So I'm a little bit starting to regret saying that it's so simple for black, even though it might be.
Yeah, but I think that the question is how do you make progress as white? I mean, I understand what you're saying.
So g4 is the next move.
Okay, and then I just take...
So let's give a sample line, just for our own sake. So king e7, just random move. g4 takes. So now the h7 pawn is weak. So an example for an idea for white is g5 followed by rook h4. Trying to trap this pawn. And if you will put it on h6, it will be on the wrong color. So it will be more easily attacked, I think. Or limit the bishop. I'm not sure even how to pronounce it. How to phrase it.
This is true. Maybe Karjakin... I will say one thing, that if it was me with the black pieces here against Carlsen, I would be starting to really sweat, when I start looking at those lines. But that's a good point.
You will re-sweat. Probably sweat for the third time in the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe simply when... Okay, so king e7?
King e7.
Like this, like we looked at, after g4 takes, and now just a move like h6.
So as I said, h6, I don't know how to phrase it, but it feels like the wrong square for the pawn. Because it can be blocked on a light square and then attacked somehow. So let's just say that rook c5 to h5 would be a possible follow-up. Not that it's that strong, but well, I don't want to give up the c file, but I want to improve my king and my knight slowly somehow. Maybe bringing the knight to d2 and then to e4, asking some questions. And then maybe later on king f3, rook c5 suddenly, or knight g3. I don't know. It's just, the problem with these positions is that it's very difficult psychologically to do nothing in an efficient way. It's just, is it called an oxymoron? No? Doing nothing in an efficient way.
That's an oxymoron. Maybe somebody a little bit more literary
can help us. But this is me trying to make sense of how to play chess. I have no clue. But it feels like doing nothing is bad, but also trying to do something can be bad in such a position, because white suddenly looks slightly better in this particular position, which is not in the game, but if it will occur, white is a little bit more pleasant because he has some clear moves that seem to go forward and improve the position, and black doesn't have a clear plan, so it can become much more much easier to commit some mistakes or some inaccuracies, or at least to be frustrated, and this can lead to lack of concentration. So h3, a typical Carlsen-esque move, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
what can I say?
Yeah.
Someone is asking who is black. As I remember, Karjakin is playing black in the first game. Carlsen is white. So I hope this answers your question. And now we have, at least on my update, the position is after h3, and black is thinking, and rightly so. So one option would be to play h5, but it feels a little bit wrong. I don't know what to say about h5. So, Alex,
Yeah.
someone in the chat suggests Google follow chess. Have you heard of something called follow chess?
Yeah, it rings a bell.
So we can see the position, but again, I want to be on the safe side here. So I'll check all the legal options of looking at the moves after the stream. And I hope the viewers will excuse me for my old-fashioned, very old-fashioned graphics, I would say. And for those who didn't get a chance to see them, it's not even here anymore. I was no, but actually maybe this looks more modern with the site not working. So here's how it looks when it's working. And look, we are back to the position after bishop b5. I mean, it's amazing how this program is updating. So we have the position after h3.
So I can tell you black has played the move h6.
Yeah. So h6 was played. But why? Why was h6 played? Let's try to understand Sergey.
I mean, I think it's probably for the same reason that we spoke about, right?
To avoid g5. Well, looks like a solid move. I would consider h5, by the way. What do you think about h5? Maybe this is what Carlsen wants you to do.
Yeah, somehow I feel like the pawn on h5 is actually a lot more vulnerable.
By who? Whom?
For black.
Yeah, but by whom is it going
so
to be?
something like h4 now?
And then knight to f4 later.
Yeah, this is just permanent here. Something like this.
Yeah, or from d3. Yeah.
And you don't ever really want to play e5 to control that.
Yeah. So h3 is a typical move. h6 is seems like a high class way to respond. And usually, from what I've seen by Carlsen, it doesn't directly go for the throat. I mean, he won't play g4 and then very straightforward try to attack all of black's pawns. He'll probably try to search for a deeper resource in the position. And I won't even attempt to guess. So someone in the chat is asking, where can I watch the live game? So we stated, and we will mention it again, There is a website, if I'm not wrong, it's worldchess.com or something like this /NYC. You can also click, just Google World Chess Championship Carlsen Karjakin, and you'll find the site. You need to pay $15 and you can see the faces. I believe they have some virtual reality technology and 360 degrees, and of course a touch more professional commentary with the likes of the usual streamers by FIDE, as I can recall, and Judith Polgar, I believe, will also be one of the commentators. So $15 is not too much to invest for the proper streaming experience or viewing experience. And I heard some other websites are streaming as well. So I wish I knew what I could watch without being at risk more than I already am. So So I don't see anything too special going on in the chat. Let's have a look at the position once again. I really want to concentrate. So G4 is my gut feeling, but I want to search for something deeper. Maybe Carlsen will try something like knight e1 and move it to d3 and then see what happens. And follow up with g4 later on. We'll just keep on moving some pieces, shuffling, maybe a4 later, just trying to grab some space. I think that Carlsen will not move a pawn, even though there is quite a chance I'll be wrong here. I think it's about time to improve this knight. Usually I'm thinking in every move, what does my opponent want? And then if he doesn't want anything in particular, which piece doesn't work? And it seems like the knight on f3 is the one that needs to be improved. Where should I put it? I'm not sure, but e1 d3 seems like a logical route, and maybe knight c5, maybe knight f4, maybe just leave it there and play g4 or a4 as I said. But my guess would be to play knight e1 and see what black is planning, to which I assume he will go king e7. But then again, after knight d3, black has to come up with a way to generate counterplay. So what do you think white should play, Alex?
Tal, I'm being tortured by the technical issues. Really would love to fix them, because I'm the kind of person who, when I'm viewing something, it really is difficult for me to view something with bad audio.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand how annoying that can be. And
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I just hope that you will fix it eventually, for the sake of our future streams, because I'm using my own Skype, and I think this is part of the problem. And I will probably use Skype in at least half of the future rounds. So yeah, actually I'm planning on inviting the next guests to my apartment to stream with me, and that's gonna be fun, because they live in different cities, so they are gonna have a long way ahead. and yeah. So obviously it will be appreciated, but much less challenging from the volume perspective. You're also invited, by the way.
To
So
Israel.
yes, I mean to stream by the end of the tournament if you make it here. Yeah, we can stream a few more rounds.
This, I think this will be a challenge, right?
Yeah, I mean, for
Okay.
some people it won't, but I'm assuming we're not among them. 91. Ah, I thought I guessed the move, but it's just I think you just scrolled with the mouse.
No, this is the move.
Ah, it was played.
Yes.
So I guessed the move, and it wasn't such a trivial move. Oh,
Congratulations.
I feel like rewarded for doing something that's almost meaningless. That feels nice actually.
Oh. Good.
Rewarded
Happy
for
for you.
yeah.
Um,
So 91. Yeah, 93 is probably gonna be easier to guess. But remember where you heard it first. What does the opponent want? Which piece doesn't work? Probably not here. I actually heard it as the principle of Makagonov, which is considered to be a renowned Soviet trainer who passed away, I believe. Yeah, I'm actually not very strong when it comes to chess history, but I think I heard it was some time ago. And the principle of Makagonov is which piece doesn't work. And I heard some war metaphors to explain it about tanks and so on. So a lot of interesting concepts in the Russian chess culture. So the knight in this case. And by the way, some principles or concepts are very easy to understand, but in some exercise they can be extremely difficult to apply, such as prophylactic thinking or activity in the end game, and even simple rules like centralizing the king or okay, I just said activity, so it's basically the same, but improving the pieces, not necessarily from the active point of view, but just from the sense that that we don't have anything being threatened at us, so we just want to slowly improve without necessarily threatening anything or being too active. So for example, 91 can't be considered as an active move, but it is an active plan overall. So it can, at least to me, it will only work out. I will only be able to come up with this move, assuming it's not, my intuition does not point at it, by this tool that I use, asking this question: which piece doesn't work? Thinking about the knight, and then imagining in which square can I put the knight. And suddenly d3 comes to mind. How do I arrive to d3? Via e1. That's my thinking process. I hope other grandmasters use it as well, otherwise I'll feel a bit lonely. But it's still I find it very useful. I have a theory that I'm sure I did not invent it, but I can't say where I heard it first. That our brains are kind of beyond ridiculous in their with the skills that we have, but it's hard to apply them. Let's just use the term with our conscious mind, just because I'm not familiar with a better word. So by posing the right questions, we kind of stimulate our unconscious to just come up with a move and or an idea that will suddenly look good to us. So asking the right questions can be extremely valuable both in chess and in life. And of course, it's not only about the right questions, it's also about the right timing to ask them. And yeah, once again, timing is very important. And from my point of view, one of Carlsen's most amazing things about his intuition and feel for the position is how he senses the timing of and the harmony of the pieces. It seems like everything he does, even in Blitz, even in Bullet when I watched him, just all the pieces go to the right place at the right time. So it's not like Kasparov, which people used to say that his pieces move faster and very rapidly and aggressively. It's like Carlsen's pieces does not necessarily move very fast, but they all seem very precise and they always arrive on time. Let's say they're never late or too early to the party. So
Yeah, yeah, I think that this is very true about Carlsen and Kasparov. It's
So while Black is thinking, because I don't want to guess a move for Black, excuse me for being rude to Karjakin. I would love for him to demonstrate how to defend it, but I don't want to try it out myself. I think I mean being tired is already difficult enough. So I would like to ask a very simple riddle that has nothing to do with anything, and see if the viewers are listening to me or if they are just chatting with each other. So this is a relatively simple one, and Alex, feel free to answer yourself as well, and ruin the the challenge for the viewers. This will be fun. So some months have 30 days. Other months have 31 days. How many months have 28 days?
what a strange riddle.
Well, but now I'm having fun. Asking a riddle is sometimes as fun as trying to solve it. Sometimes even more. It feels to me like Carlsen is the one posing the riddle and Karjakin is the one trying to solve it. You know? It's so I'm pretending to be Carlsen in this game of ours.
I think people.
Yeah, people are listening to me. So that's the first sign. It's funny to see people answering my riddle, and then another one is commenting on the game. And it feels to me like he should be the majority, but so yeah, I see some people have the right answer, but but most of the people are imprecise. Which answer do you pick from the chat?
No, so that is interesting because if you tell me most, it seems most people are saying all months, and you're telling me that that is not the case.
Well, when I was looking, most people were saying 4, 12, quarter, half, but so, and I'm guessing by quarter they mean that every 4 years there is 1 month with 28 days. But what do you think is the answer? Even though people probably already explained.
I mean, so like basically every month has
28 days.
Contains
Exactly.
28 days or more, right?
Exactly. Every month contains 28 days, and I didn't say how many months have a maximum number of 28 days. So all those who solved it correctly, you will win a prize of watching us showing some chess moves without asking riddles. And those who didn't solve correctly will be punished by the same thing. So, So, I don't see anything yet for Karjakin, but maybe I should check. Is he still thinking? I don't know. The viewers did not suggest a move, and my board is not updated. So, yeah. As far as I can tell.
King E7 has been played.
King E7 has been played. Okay. King E7, knight D3 played, someone is saying.
Yeah.
So. So, knight D3 is the obvious move, so even if it wasn't played, I'll just put it on the board and try to think what black can do next. But it does feel slightly more pleasant for white. And I have to mention that I admire Carlsen for whatever is taking place on the board right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have something that I want to share with the viewers, but I mean, for a long time, since I was like, I don't know, 10 years old, it always felt to me intuitively that some people are good and some people are evil, not by moral or behavioral standards, just I mean among the elite players. It seemed like, you know what I mean? Some people represented the good. So I'll give you an example. Okay, without saying anything bad about anyone. Aronian, where does he belong?
Good.
Of course, there's no doubt, yeah? He's one of the good guys.
I don't think that I want to play this game with
No, I will not say anything negative about anyone else. I'm just saying that about Aronian, for me at least, since I was very young, it was clear he's one of the good guys. And
But here's one for you, Magnus Carlsen.
For me, he was always one of the good guys. For me, he was the hero. But yeah, for me, he was always one of the good guys.
For me also, but I think.
Yeah, it's controversial for some people.
Like, so Levon Aronian has this kind of reputation of being a really super nice guy.
Yeah.
And I have never heard anything bad about Carlsen, and he's a hero. But okay, maybe a better example than Carlsen, because Carlsen seems, I've never heard anything bad. But say somebody like Kasparov, good or bad?
That's something I would prefer to ask the viewers, because Kasparov retired when I was relatively young, and I mean, when I just started playing chess, he was so successful that it was hard not to admire him. So, and I was young, too young to hear any gossip. I only saw his games. So, I wasn't affected. And I heard all the gossip later on, I mean, about whether or not he was arrogant or whether or not he was, let's say, just successful in the openings or very successful in all the aspects of the game. No matter what people think about Kasparov, there is no doubt in my mind that anything that he ever achieved, he earned, let's say, with hard work. And I also admire his intelligence, regardless of and how educated he is, regardless of his chess skills. So, by the way, Svidler.
Of course.
Yeah. You see what I mean? It's like, Anand. I mean, there's no doubt.
Yeah, but I think it's more than good or bad. I think it's more like a spectrum, right?
Yeah, but
Some
I
people
never
are
said.
more
I mean, it's not clear to me about anyone who's bad, and even if it were, when I was younger, I wouldn't share it with the viewers. But I feel like some people are clearly just they have this halo, you know, and they're just very good humans regardless of how amazing they are at chess. And yeah, I mean, there are certain characters in history that seem undeniably bad. And yeah, I can't even think of a name, but some things when I mean sometimes it's just the face. You know what I mean? The person can be nice, but he just gets a bad connotation because of certain type of look or face that they have, and it's not even their fault. And some people are just very cold and tough, and they're not necessarily bad or mean to anyone.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. So and yeah, it's quite childish, and this is why I mentioned it. As a child, I experienced it, not as a not these days. I don't consider anyone among the elite as bad, but I mean, I do favor certain players in certain matches for no reason. I mean, basically, there's no rationale behind it. So I am not ashamed to say that I favor Carlsen in this match. I don't know why. There's no reason. Karjakin seems like a very decent player who's working very hard. I also admire his chess, but I favor Carlsen in this game. In this match, I mean. But
Yeah, but I think that there are reasons why.
I mean, also because it's like, yeah. I mean, I can come up with reasons, but I mean, there might be people who I will favor against Carlsen with the same reasons taking place. So I don't know. It's just that something. So you update King D8, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see if my window is showing something. I don't see anything. But yeah,
And F4 as well.
yeah, everyone in the chat, F4, F4. Well, we can actually talk about the position again after having distinguished between people as good as and bad. Yeah, it's. By the way, Alex, did you have this feeling that when two top players are playing, that you favor one of them in most cases? It doesn't necessarily have to be the same one all the time. It's like you want a certain result or a certain, and it's usually not a draw.
Yeah, but with somebody like Magnus Carlsen, I think the main reason why or someone like Garry Kasparov, the main reason I want them to, or Caruana when he was on this amazing score in Cinquefield, I think there's something normal about wanting to like with Carlsen, for example, I would love to see how dominant he can become, right?
Yeah.
How many years he can continue at the top. I want to see what kind of a legacy he can build. And it's not because it's Carlsen. It's just because same with Michael Phelps or Usain Bolt or any top athlete.
Yes. So someone is asking in the chat, he's saying he's new to chess. On a scale from 1 to 10, if Carlsen is 10, how good is the average GM? So I'll spread this scale and I'll say from 1 to 2850, and I'll say that the average GM is 2500. But Yeah, I don't feel like it's right to say that Carlsen is 10 out of 10 because he still has a lot to improve, and he will improve. I'm sure of it. So he seems to have a lot of passion to chess, and he has not reached his peak, in my opinion. Not that I understand any of these levels, but it feels like there is still some work to be done there. Yeah. I, actually, he also has this amazing memory. Uh, did you hear about it?
Carlsen or
Yeah, Carlsen. When he was like 6 years old, that he memorized, all the globus and with all the cities and the rivers and whatever, not whatnot. And
same about Kasparov.
yeah, and it seems like they had some extra skills regardless to chess. And Kasparov actually used this amazing memory by memorizing a lot of lines and studying a lot of novelties and going very deep. And Carlsen can't afford probably to do the same thing with the same results nowadays. However, let's just I want to play with a thought experiment. Let's assume that draws with low rated players will not count as a loss of rating. Okay? So in this case, it wouldn't. Carlsen shouldn't mind memorizing all the lines in the world, right?
So you're saying Carlsen shouldn't mind memorizing all the lines?
If a draw will not cause loss of rating, then you will probably exploit his advantage in, by having this best team of players who analyze for him and his amazing memory and so on, and of course his chess skills. So his grasp of positions, he gets the positions very quickly. So he would probably consider just memorizing lines and playing all the best computer moves all the time, and then challenging his opponents and making a lot of draws and winning every now and then when they're not as well prepared, and then following the main lines when he can. And I'm just wondering how it will look if he does it. I mean, probably it will just look like any correspondence game, but won't be too interesting. But it feels like many people will still lose to him every now and then. He'll just make more draws and lose less. There are gonna be a lot less decisive games. That's my point. And in this case, I think he can reach even a higher peak because, his memory is something else, in my opinion. And yeah.
I think Carlsen finds studying a lot of excessive opening theory more than he needs to. I think he finds it boring though, so I don't think he would do that. I think he would not. Yeah. I think he would avoid it even in this thought experiment situation.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like somebody with a high tolerance for doing things he doesn't enjoy, from what I have read. But maybe,
right, yeah. That's actually brings me to a different topic, which is have you heard of this book called The Tipping Point?
No.
I'm not sure this is the right title. I read it in Hebrew, but it's by Malcolm Gladwell. And one famous concept from there is the 10,000 hours principle, or the law of 10,000 hours. That anyone who wants to reach a very high level or the top of his field in a certain sport or an area in life, they usually invest 10,000 hours of their time in this topic by the age of 18. That's like a common statistical detail about most people who reach their peak in the top in spots in their fields. So and Carlsen doesn't seem to be one of these.
Yeah, maybe we can, because I just looking at the board itself, I'm curious about something. I wanted to get your opinion before they move.
Yeah.
There's a few options here. So
Actually,
like,
see the position changing. Ah, no, it's not the same. F4 was played, yeah.
yeah, but what I'm curious about is, what are they going to do? Are they going to do something like knight f? Is he going to go for knight f2, e4, for example, and get, or even leave the knight here and just play e4, basically exchange these two pawns? Or is he going to exchange these two pawns?
Well,
or not these two pawns, excuse me, g4, and basically exchange these two, right?
well, I don't think that he knows himself what he's going to do. I think he's just, maintaining his options. So f4 is a flexible move. Obviously, the general concept that's taking place here is gaining space. That's the main strategy for white, because black doesn't have a clear plan, so white wants to slowly gain space on both sides. And normally speaking, when you gain space, you also want to capture towards the center. So let's say just if he gets a4, and let's just be funny for a moment, b4, b5, and then g4 and exchange here, and then somehow bring the king to e4. So suddenly he will be very close to winning if he gets all these moves in, right? So the only question is how to achieve it. And obviously black will have to fight this plan, but in the process of fighting it, he will have to probably move pawns, and it might create some weaknesses along the way. And actually, maybe if we look at this position, usually what happens when you look at these positions with the engines or whatever, you can many times see that the position will be either 0-0 or 0.2, but not very significant, even if in the game it feels unpleasant. And sometimes in my eyes, when I'm playing on the worse side, very close to losing. And as you can see already, h5 is a small concession, but very understandable, because the f4 square is not available for the knight anymore.
But also I think that in some situations, let's imagine some whatever move, and you get this situation, so he's left with this weakness. Maybe this was a big concern for Karjakin.
Yeah, but let me ask you, what happens if you start with g4?
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
Yeah,
but maybe, but maybe Karjakin just feels like with this move, Carlsen gave him an extra chance he should not have. Improvement. And maybe Carlsen feels the other way, that...
Yeah, giving extra chances is not necessarily bad.
Yeah, maybe as far as Carlsen is concerned, this pawn is eventually going to fall. I'm a little bit concerned for Karjakin, something like...
e4 related ideas, yeah?
Yeah, but even just knight f2,
yeah,
like this type of...
yeah, e4 related ideas, and then h5 might be weak. Yeah, you're right, so... So
I really am beginning to think that maybe there's... I'm beginning to, worry for Karjakin.
I already began to worry, like, when, I don't know, when probably around the move b3. That's when I started to worry, because it all looked equal, and then suddenly, wait, what does black do? White clearly has ways to improve. Yeah, so h5 is very logical. And now knight f2, e4 is the logical follow-up from white.
I mean, maybe he doesn't actually need to play the knight to f2. Maybe he plays e4 straight away, but...
Yeah. So e4 straight away.
But the other question, of course, is after something like, let's say this, can black survive this?
Well, now you caught my attention. Not that I understand anything here, but at least I can try to make some moves. because earlier it was very difficult to suggest moves for black. So now, what should be the plan for white? Probably to maintain the asymmetry in the king side, so we can create a passed pawn.
Yeah.
But
E4, right?
but then black will also have a passed pawn on the e file.
But it is less dangerous, right?
Yeah, and the king comes to the queen side quite fast. So e4, let's say, you don't even have to take, but I mean,
Really?
I
But
think
this
so.
is just a huge threat, no?
Really? Then knight d1, knight e3,
Yeah.
and if I put my bishop on d4,
But
I mean-
then I go knight e3 anyway.
it's probably gonna be dangerous. So let's say I take and go bishop somewhere. Let's put it on e7. Probably takes, yeah. King c6. Black should be okay. I mean,
Yeah.
black's king is more active. The bishop is not that bad.
Yeah, he should be okay.
And king b5 is coming. There's no way to prevent.
Yeah, this should be fine.
So the endgame is not risky yet. It's only gonna be risky if white is gonna be much more active. So, for example, if the king was on c8 and white's king was already on f3, and it would come faster. So, I'm very happy about this first round, by the way. It's extremely challenging for me to understand all the imbalances in the position, and it's already like, I don't know, almost 3 hours in, and the game is still very complex and unclear. So people in the chat are bored, but I mean, not all of them, but some, very few, and they claim it's a draw, go home, blah blah blah. But what they don't realize is that in some cases someone is winning a drawish position, and in most cases when they do, it's Carlsen. And I mean, it's kind of watching magic, you know, in the making, which kind of makes me want to see the video. The 360 degrees angle and the virtual reality. Like, look at Carlsen's. I mean, maybe on the next World Championship they'll show you like Carlsen's mind. They will put some electrodes into his mind, into his head, and you can see his thinking process and everything. You can actually, maybe you'll even be able to smell what happens there. So that must be, there must be something going on there that's a little bit unique. I mean, he comes up with moves and he just doesn't allow anyone to draw. At least not easily. Are you familiar, by the way, with the concept of putting pressure even when you're worse? Have you seen such a concept?
What do you mean, putting pressure in what sense?
So strong players, they have this skill, whether it's psychological or objective, to put pressure on their opponents. They just choose move that makes their opponent be or feel under pressure. Pressure by means of the position. So
Yeah, I cannot say that. I mean, it's certainly not a concept that I have studied or anything like this, but
yeah, me neither. But there is something called playing strength or practical skills that has nothing to do with someone's knowledge or actual objective skills on chess. It's like something that people can get a feel for when they play a lot and they're very active, or if they're talented in it. And it seems like practical. Some players are very practical. And I'll just give you an example. I played a few Blitz games on ICC in the past against Caruana. And even when I got an edge, either in the opening or later on by some miracle, I still felt like I was under pressure. And I usually lost even while having an edge. And of course, Blitz is not the best example. But it's like Caruana has this skill, you know? He can put pressure on his opponent regardless of the position.
Yeah.
And yeah.
But I don't know if that's really anything that you can study. It's just.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of know what you mean, but. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really have anything to say about that.
It's just that maybe it's just completely psychological when someone is playing someone stronger. But I noticed when there are strong players who tend to so let's just give it a more tangible form. So these players will usually play the moves that does not exchange pieces and does not allow the opponent to continue his plan.
Yeah.
And they will force his opponent to solve problems even when it's better. And they can also be considered as extremely tenacious when they are worse.
Yeah, definitely. This is hard to describe exactly what they do. The feeling that you get when you're playing a really strong player. It's amazing how much they're very slippery or something, you know. They escape. Even when you have a winning position, it feels like somehow it's a different kind of resistance, but I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah. So I noticed this also in Blitz, and it's kind of interesting. And well, I would give an advice to people. Not that I'm such an authority to give advices on this topic, but if someone wants to improve their chess, it's a good idea even when playing against stronger opponents, even when needing a draw or you know, even when having won a tournament, does not matter what's the case, or playing a friend. In any particular case, playing with black against someone the same rating, it's a good idea to avoid forced moves if possible and avoid positions that are less rich, and just entering, let's call it a mindset where you want to beat anyone. Even if you play against Carlsen tomorrow, you want to beat him. And it sounds ridiculous to let's say come true, but by trying to beat everyone, it's more likely that you'll even get a draw when you need it. Yeah. And your opponents will sense this aspect about you if you try to beat them all the time, and they will respond accordingly, at least from psychological point of view.
So yeah, I agree to an extent. I notice in the chat a lot of people are suggesting the move knight to c5.
As if it was played.
I don't think that it was played. Maybe, but I think people are just asking about the move. To me, it does not look especially good because just rook to c7.
Exactly.
But maybe we can show this on the board.
Yeah.
So if knight to c5, my concern would just be this move.
Yeah.
Just b6 is the threat.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not clear that white has gained anything.
I agree. Definitely agree.
So they say that instead.
A4 played.
Yes, A4 played. Makes a lot of sense, I think.
By the way, dear viewers, where are you getting the moves from? I'm curious.
I can tell you, me, I have Chessbomb. Chessbomb after some people talked about chessbomb.com.
Yeah, but for us, it's probably better not to look at Chessbomb and other sites. Because I believe, I mean, not that I understand anything but about it, but Aegon seems to sue everyone who's streaming, and Chessbomb belongs to Chessdom, and in some form, if they sue Chessdom and for some reason win the case, having looked on Chessdom while streaming kind of reflects back on our stream. So I understand, but you can't be too careful in these cases. So
well, I can always close Chessbomb. No, but I don't think that that's going to be an issue. I mean, it really, we are going into some crazy territory if that is somehow an issue.
Well, my assumption is that I'm going to be sued anyway, and I might as well just be on the right side. So, A4 was played, which is a move I actually wanted to suggest, but there are probably 5 other moves that I wanted to suggest, so I decided to refrain from it. But A4 it was part of the plan, gaining space. That's the general agenda for white.
So the clocks are 31 minutes for Magnus and 24 minutes for Karjakin.
Yes. Karjakin.
Sergey Karjakin.
Yes.
Man, I think I need to go eat some dinner.
Yeah. I envy you.
I need to go and eat some quick dinner.
That's a great idea. In the meantime, I think I will eat some snack. It's also quick. So, do you need 10-15 minutes?
Yeah, maybe something like this, yeah.
Yeah, feel free to take as much as you need. I got this. Everything is under control. I understand every move after it's being played. So, someone is writing in Russian. So, feel free to take a break. I can even turn your camera off for a moment until you talk back.
Yeah, actually, I think if you could
do like this.
If you can actually turn the camera off and just all of that completely, and then I can ring you back when I'm finished, because I think that if I ring you again, maybe the sound settings would be a little bit better. I have a suspicion, so I'd like to try that.
Sure. So you can just hang up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before I hang up, remove the camera, I think, because otherwise it will distort the settings.
Okay. Done.
Perfect. Okay. Speak to you soon, Tom. See you guys. I'll tune back in soon.
Just the two of us. Now it's just you and me, dear viewer. You and I. I wanted to sing for a long time, but I felt like it's not gonna be as polite if I have Alex with me, who might not want to sing along. So, A4 was played. I'm extremely tired, and the position is also tired. So, and I accidentally pressed some button. It does not affect the stream. And now I want to analyze it. I promised myself that I'll do my best for my own chess, for my own sake, to try and analyze the positions even when they are less challenging or interesting for me. And this is one of the cases. And the reason is not because the position is boring, even though some viewers implied it. The position is very fun for white. But now it's black to move. And I'm feeling like asking you guys another riddle. So before checking out what I wrote down, I'll see if I can remember it. I might ruin the riddle in the process, or a small puzzle, you can call it. So, 2 fathers and 2 sons enter a store. They buy products for 50 cents each. Let's say something like a bottle of water for 50 cents. And they end up paying $1.50. How come? Well, someone is asking in the chat, what snack am I eating? I would love to answer, but they're not sponsoring me just yet. So I'll just say that I'm hungry and I wouldn't eat it if I wasn't. And I don't have anything else going on here. In my let's call it neglected apartment. So what's your rating, Tal? Well, it went down a bit. Now it's 25.36. Previous rating update, I was on my peak 25.60. I hope to reach a new peak soon enough once I get to play. I'm taking some questions until black makes a move if it wasn't clear. And so I see someone answered correctly to the riddle. So congrats. I'll attempt to pronounce your name. C'est bien YouTube. Not so difficult. C'est bien YouTube. I'm not sure if you are the first one to mention the solution, but you're definitely the first one I saw, but I didn't check all the moves. So all those who ask me to play matches against people who refuse to play matches against me, you get the point. Can you analyze the move Rook d5? That's a nice request. Let's have a look. So Rook d5. Okay. White is now to move. His general plan is to grab space. And I would like to move the king to f3, but the knight is hanging, so... Once again, I will ask, what does my opponent want? Maybe b5. But I'm not sure. Let's assume that he does. And if he doesn't, which piece doesn't work? And as I said, the king to f3 is a good idea. And the knight is the piece that needs to be improved now. So I'll probably consider something like knight b4 with the tempo on the rook. The rook should go back, not sure where, let's say to d7. Then maybe king f3. But it allows rook c7. I'm really not sure how to evaluate it. Rook d5. Does it actually threat b5? If after b5 I'm taking, you take. Looks like a legit idea. So rook d5 looks like a decent move for black. Thanks for the request. Already lost the name in the chat. Rook d5 played. So good move. So someone is saying rook to d6. The rook will go to d6. I'm trying to understand. So I know I'm a bit slow, but rook d5 was played. So rook d5 is in the game. I also see it on my board, as you can see over here. And what else? What can I say? Rook d5. b5 is an idea. So, who is playing black? So, I am going to try to think for once. Well, my eyes are just shutting down, closing when I try to concentrate. Maybe I shouldn't. So difficult. Yeah, b5 is an idea. I don't know what to do against it. I'm starting to feel a little bit dizzy when trying to come up with an idea, even for white. But I can't blame the position. I only blame my sleeping habits. Waking up at 4 a.m. and now it's already midnight and I'm still thinking about chess. And I hope you can guess what I was doing before streaming the World Championship. Yeah, you got it right. Chess related topics. There's no such thing as too much chess, but there is a thing called lack of sleep. So let's have a look. Anything else was played? I don't see any update. I'm going to stream all the games. Someone is asking if I'll stream tomorrow. So I'm really interested in challenging myself to stream all the games, all the 12 rounds, and hopefully there will be tie breaks and I'll stream the tie breaks. And I just want to stress, in case it wasn't clear, that there are no profits and nothing to sell. Usually I even monetize my videos, not that it matters, like to get 1 or 2 cents for whatever video I create, but I was extra careful and didn't even monetize the videos here. So I'm looking at the Lichess board, but I'm not sure what to say. Rook d5 was played. Someone is asking, would knight c5 force an exchange of rooks? Well, the reason I did not suggest knight c5 is because after the move b6 I have to go back to d3 as far as I can tell, and then b5, which was the idea in the first place for black, and then I don't understand why I allowed it. But it's possible that no, but rook b4 a6 is very fishy. The rook is suddenly trapped. So I don't like it. So I see some suggestions of moves. Someone is saying knight c5 is played. Update board, knight c5 is played, followed by b6. Well, can I get a confirmation? I don't know. Knight c5, b6. Okay, it doesn't matter if there is a confirmation or not. I will check it. So, what is going to happen next? So here, why to move? So there are 3 possible ways to move the knight. Knight b7 looks very risky, because after king d7 this knight has no squares, and yeah, it's not so clear how to proceed here with white. I don't see any, excuse me, logical follow-up. So knight b7 is definitely not the way. Knight a6 is one possibility, and after b5 there should be an idea. And knight d3, and then after b5 to come up with something. Yeah, I'm really not sure. So it seems legit that it was played in the game, but I don't know what Carlsen is planning to play next. So what can I say? So, knight a6, was it played or just being offered? It's funny that the same person is asking the same, writing the same move a few times. I guess when people do it when they want to emphasize that it was played. So, knight a6 was played. So this is Carlsen doing his best to squeeze something out of the position. So if white will have an extra move, he will go knight c7 maybe, and then avoid this b5 idea. Actually knight c7 is not at all forced. He can also go rook c1, so we can have knight c7 later after b5. So b5 is the critical continuation for black. Now the question is, where does white go? So there's rook c5, rook c6, and of course other rook moves. There's a takes b5, It's really hard to distinguish between the moves. Now also rook b4 is more tempting because there's no a6. So I actually like rook b4 in principle. And if takes, there's both rook and knight takes. Sorry, rook and pawn takes. And yeah, it feels really good for white to play rook b4. So maybe b5 is not the way. Wow. I'm kind of falling asleep as we speak. It's not easy. But that's sometimes how it feels in a real chess game. When I have to play. And this is part of the challenge, to find ways to keep the energy levels. By finding interest in the position. So knight a6. I'm not so sure if anything was played since then. But so someone is saying e7 played, but I'm not sure what e7 stands for. There is, okay, I assume it's not the king, but drink some coffee, man. Good advice, but I don't drink coffee. I don't have any medical or scientific reasoning why I don't. I just maybe just I'm not attracted to drugs in general. Chess is the only drug that I am consuming. Bishop e7 has been played. Thank you, J Smoke, Richard, Fredlund. Bishop e7 was played, and now it's white to move. And well, preventing knight b4, or at least preparing bishop takes b4. I wonder how many of you at home and people who are not watching us live and will watch the archived version will yawn many times just because of me. But I assure you that next times I will be much more energetic, because I'll sleep for like 10 hours probably. So instead of waking up at 4 a.m. I'll probably wake up at 11. And life will be good. So I might even stream myself solving tactics like I already did in the past few days. By the way, I kept at it, but I didn't manage to stream because I had no internet connection, as mentioned before. Bishop e7. So here bishop e7. Oh, I don't even know what to do to keep myself concentrated. It's ridiculous. It's like studying to a test. And I didn't do it in many years, believe me. But it just feels the same. And I mean, I can stop the stream whenever I want, but when I start something or when I do something, I want to do it well. So it means I'm going to stream all the 12 rounds from beginning to end and ignore my lack of energy. So knight b8. Knight b8 looks like an interesting move. Preparing knight c6 check. Was it played? Was it played? Knight b8, b5, knight c6, king d7, knight d5, king d8. I don't understand this variation someone gave here. B5, knight c6. Here knight e5, there's rook takes e5. So there's no point for black to play king d8 like was suggested in the line. So I don't know how to avoid yawning or just sleeping on the table. I wish anyone could share the secrets of staying energetic with me. What can I do or say? Knight b8 has been played. Knight b8 a5 was played. Take a Red Bull now. Knight b8 a5 played. So, oh sorry. a5. So a5 was played. Once again, the knight is kind of trapped. So knight c6 check and going backwards somewhere would be fairly logical. Otherwise black will just put bishop on f6 and the black knight will not be able to go out. In the meantime, I'm doing my very best to stay up like a boss. So Astaneh must be starving. That's true. That's true. If he only knew how I feel right now, he would have probably waited a bit with the food. What's worse, guys and ladies out there? I assume we have ladies, but they never seem to appear. What is worse, lack of food or lack of sleep? Which one is less pleasant? So lack of coffee. So people are saying sleep, sleep, clear. Lack of sleep. Lack of food is worse. So only one person voted for lack of food is worse. So any other moves? Let's see my old version of a board. It's actually updated. Have a look. It's actually updated. It's up to date. My old school board. Well, if I don't fall asleep, I would probably play knight c6 check. Knight c6 check. And king moves somewhere. And then knight moves somewhere. Bring it back to the game. Either to b5 or to nothing. To nowhere. Knight e5 is also okay. But Carlsen keeps pressing very, very gently. Wow. So 3 hours and 20 minutes since the game has started and the guys are still fighting. They are giving their very, very best. I'm assuming they are already playing by increment. So I need to stand up for a moment, otherwise I'll truly fall asleep. You won't see me, but don't worry, I'm here. I'll even talk while stretching. So tired. I made it. I'm back. So, lack of sleep is more dangerous. So, I'm glad I asked this question. People seem to agree with me that being sleep deprived feels much worse. I mean, usually when you're tired also, it's very easy to be in a situation where you can't sleep. But when you are hungry, there are hardly any situations where you cannot eat. Usually there are situations where there is no food. Of course, this will be unfortunate and some people starve, and that's very sad. But in the Western society, we mostly have no... we need to have this kind of ability to eat while doing something else. And this is something we can do. So I guess maybe this is why people are less concerned about eating, lack of eating, because they can always just grab something and ignore everything around them, or maybe hit everyone who tries to prevent them from doing so. But sleeping is not the same. Just for example, I was eating while streaming earlier, this energy bar or snack. I don't see any further moves, but knight c6, check king e8. Did something happen on the board? Not that I can see. This is just my analysis. But nobody says anything, so maybe it was actually happening. King e8 played. Yes, I guessed another move. I should participate in this tournament, guess the move. I would have probably, I don't know, not won, but participated. Got a badge or something. So tired. It's amazing. The more I suffer, the more viewers we have. It's like they don't even care about the stream. It's just people won't enjoy seeing me in this state. I know, it's fun. But this is how I improve my chess. Crafting, how do you call it? Beating at your craft. 95 played. Yeah, baby. So I'm all out of commentary regarded energy right now. I don't really know what's the point of what's the threat for white, but I will interact with the chat. It seems to keep all of us up. Carlsen is behind on the clock, 17:11. Okay. I need to take a walk in my very small room. Just wait, bear with me for a moment. And I'm not too sure what I will do in the meantime. Maybe I'll show you my amazing, not updated board. Yeah, enjoy it for about 30 seconds or yes, welcome back everyone. You've been far away. So, this is my old board. King e8 was played, knight e5 was played, as people probably mentioned. Let's move back to the Lichess study. I had something smart to say, and I thought I will say it when I get back. And now I'm back and I don't remember. That's very typical. So, what was it? Something about Carlsen being a fighter. Oh, yeah. It had nothing to do with Carlsen being a fighter. It was about me brushing my teeth while streaming, so I can just immediately fall asleep while pressing the button where I stop streaming, not even saying goodbye. I felt like I almost fainted when getting up. So I think I'll apply it in one of my streams if I be that tired in the future. Just brushing. I can also just keep brushing my teeth altogether, but that will just feel wrong, you know? Sleep deprived with 2 more minutes is still sleep deprived. It's not worse. I wonder, that's something you don't hear on the official streams. I'm going to use this luxury. How many of you feel so tired sometimes that you don't even brush your teeth before going to sleep? And how many of you are disciplined? If you are disciplined and you always do it, just press, I don't know, 10. Just put 10 in the chat. Because you're perfect. Watching me struggling to stay up is much more entertaining than the match. Wow. Oh my god. So nobody wrote 10. I'm not the only one who's too tired for his own good. Oh, that's good. That's good. So my advice to you guys is to ask what does your opponent want and brush your teeth while asking this question. I think there should be a possibility to brush your teeth while playing a chess game, you know? A classical game. I mean, I'm not aware of any form of technology that exists in toothbrush. So, yeah. Should be possible. It could be a nice way to pass the time while the opponent is thinking. What other ways could we use to pass the time? How about another very easy riddle? I'm much more entertained and therefore much less tired at the moments where you guys are struggling to solve my easy riddles. Okay, here's a funky one. So, here it goes. Railroad crossing without any cars. How do you spell that without the letter R? I'm so challenging. What's going on with the position? Aren't I supposed... Bishop c5. Okay, I see the update. Here it goes. Bishop on c5 suddenly appeared. So, bish c5. Obviously from c5, the bishop is protecting b6, attacking e3, and struggling to stay up. Struggling to stay on c5. Can white actually win this? Is this... I mean, it feels more and more solid for black as we go by. Jim! You're sneaky, Jim. Jim 42078. Not so bad. Not so bad. Oh my god, people here are quite entertaining. And I thought I'm supposed to be the entertainer. I'm not educating nor entertaining at this point, but people seem to enjoy to watch me suffer. Well, this, I guess it distracts you from Karjakin's suffering. Or from your suffering, watching him not suffering. Wow. The word suffer just lost its meaning. Let's everyone say where they are watching from now. Come on. I agree. Just say the country and the coordinates. We have someone from Norway, from London. Hello. We have... Okay, not many people are playing along with our game. Brazil. Los Angeles, USA. Many Brazilians. Wow. US, Germany, Romania, Texas, Tel Aviv, Russia, Ireland, England, 95, Tunisia, India, Tierra del Fuego, Canada, Germany, Poland, Macedonia, rooks are exchanged. Thank you. Sweden, India, Leicester, England, Wales, La Gomera, Germany, Iran, Venezuela, Iran, Bulgaria, Brazil, India, Germany, Denmark, South Africa, Argentina, Brazil, Venezuela. I'm not looking at the usernames. Ireland, Italy, Morocco, Brazil, Bosnia, YouTube, Germany, Argentina, Macedonia, Brazil. I get a repetition of moves here from the viewers. You're putting me on a loop. Brazil, Poland, Serbia. Finally. Someone new. Macedonia. Thank you all. Wow. That helped keeping me up a little bit. Screaming the same countries by the same people. So no updates on my side of the social network referred to as Chess Club Live. So where are we at? Is there anything interesting? Okay, you can... we have someone from France. Swaziland. Germany. Augusta, Georgia. Bangladesh. I wonder if everyone are telling the truth. Yes, so thank you all for playing this game. I really enjoyed it actually. Surprisingly. Regrettably enjoyed it. So, what do I do now? I don't see anything going on in the position. Knight was not moving. So, any updates from my side of the stream? Let's press refresh. I want to show the viewers what happens when I press refresh. See? Wow! What? What? Okay. How am I supposed to guess what? Okay. I'll try. So we have this position and we have to reach it from this position. So from this one to this one. The knight is still on e5, the king is on d3, the rooks are exchanged somehow, the bishop is still on c5, the king is on e7. Oh, I don't know. How did we reach it? Bishop c5 was played. How do you exchange rooks in a profound manner? Wow. I have no idea. I'm so miserable. Okay, rook c3, king e7. That's my guess. Okay. Rook c3, king e7. Rook d3 takes, f6. I did it. Reached the same position. Now, what is going to take place? So what did people write? Knight c6, king e8, knight e5, bishop c5. What? Okay, I think I was wrong. I mean, it's not my fault. The board just didn't update my social network. So, oh, whoops. Alex was trying to call me, I think. I'm not sure though. So I'll try to add him to the conversation once again. I don't think he was trying. Hey Alex.
Mr. Baran.
Were you trying to call earlier?
No.
Okay, so I wasn't that wrong. We played some games with the viewers, some more riddles, and the board updated once since you last left, I think. So we are in good shape. So let's add your camera in.
Okay, sure.
And add it here. Yes. And do you see the position? Yes. You're applying my strategy of standing up to avoiding falling asleep.
Well, I cannot actually see you right now, but
right. Yeah. Earlier I was sharing my screen.
Yes,
so,
correct.
Yes. Now you should see me. I'm not looking the same way I looked earlier. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do indeed see you.
Antarctica. Someone is claiming to be from Antarctica, but I don't believe him.
I think you may have minimized the Skype screen.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's annoying. You have to move.
That's very correct. I should avoid such things.
It's like this is the kind of the streamer theory, right? That you
Yes.
start developing after a while. You start learning about these.
I already know it, but I can't concentrate on anything anymore. And
Okay, so let me see.
I was like discussing the viewers whether or not I should brush my teeth so I can sleep faster after the stream ends.
Yeah, it's because it's already nearly 1 o'clock, right? And you're playing.
Yeah. Normally I don't mind it, but just waking up today on like 4 a.m. for no reason. Just
Wow.
yeah.
So what's going on? What's going on with the game?
I have no idea, man. I'm not following it for the past year. Knight c6, knight d4, I think is the follow-up that's gonna take place. But
this is the official position, right?
I don't know. It's just what I got.
So already the where I'm seeing, I don't
Well,
want to say, But
yeah, I think we'll use my primitive method until the viewers. One of the viewers is saying knight c6, king d6, knight d4, king d5, knight b5.
Yeah, he might be right.
His first name is Richard, so I believe him. So.
Speaking of Richard, did you see?
Oh
Richard?
yeah, rook h1.
It's pretty amazing move, right?
Yeah, but when I saw the engine, it was like the third choice.
Oh really?
Yeah, it kind of ruined the magic.
Yeah, that's true.
It was still the same evaluation, but the third choice. So let's assume that Richard is correct, and this took place. It actually makes a lot of sense. But white doesn't seem to be pressing any longer. It seems like the game is going to be quite drawish. Unless Karjakin is feeling like I do right now, and then the game is very unbalanced.
Maybe Carlsen was never really pressing.
Yeah, it's also possible, but he was pressing us.
Yeah, of course. This is...
I'm starting to think about different metaphors to describe how tired I am. Yes.
So the chat is saying king to c6.
What is taking to c6?
King after knight to b5. The chatter is suggesting king to c6, but I'm not sure if that's. Yeah, people are saying king to c6 played. At some point I reached a higher peak than before, when I wasn't really streaming very well, but I was suffering or expressing my suffering, and people seem to be more entertained by it than anything else. So maybe I'll continue to suffer in the future streams for the sake of the chess community. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a real gift to the chess community.
Yeah. By the way, do you know this scenario when you feel like you're either tired or it's hot outside and you can't control it, but you just say out loud like, I'm tired. I'm so tired.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I don't know. It happens almost with every feeling. Like, it's so cold right now. I'm so cold.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's like you can't control it. It doesn't add any information to anything, but just feel like saying it. Or I'm so hungry.
Let me just grab some water.
I'm so thirsty.
Yeah. One second.
Yes. 11 minutes for black on move 39. That means they have increment. Oh man, they have increment. Why? Why do they have increment? I don't want any increment. They should not arrange such important events in the US. It's too far. Do you want me to read out? Do you see the message? Your pain fuels my happiness meter at the moment.
Yes. A kind soul, Mr. The Shah.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm suffering, but I don't feel any pain. It's not physical pain. I mean, I'm trying to relate to Karjakin.
Is Karjakin suffering here though? He might be very happy here.
Well,
he's black and he's
holding his ground, yeah.
Yeah, and it looks very like it's going to be a draw pretty soon, which is a great result for Sergey.
Someone is suggesting go sleep, dude. And yeah, that's a good advice. But I'm not gonna give up. You only truly fail when you give up. And I said to myself in second person, Tal, you're going to stream all the 12 rounds. From beginning to end. No matter what it takes. No matter what it takes. Unless your internet falls. But I guess technically I could take off the electricity here. This small plug. It will be tempting. 94 check. Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like the repetition is there to save us.
I think this is it.
I never wanted the game to finish. I never experienced in the past wanting Carlsen's game to finish. You know, it's like I'm removing the passion from the game. The passion. I make it almost some form of work. And now I feel like there is no point anymore.
I really think that the way you're speaking, I think you're starting to speak like somebody who
is tired.
Who woke up at 4 in the morning. And, you start. I know this. After like 20 plus hours, you haven't slept. You start saying.
No, I'm just becoming philosophical. Come on.
Yeah, but this is a special kind of philosophical that people become when they're very tired.
Yeah. They start thinking about life from a tired perspective.
People are saying refresh the board, but I'm not too sure what's... I don't know if that can be refreshed to chess games. But
well,
it looks like it's probably just going to be a draw right after knight d4.
Well, Carlsen will definitely do me a solid here. But Karjakin played something else, I think, no?
I don't know. Did Karjakin play king to d5?
I saw someone writing king d6.
Do you think... But still, okay, but king d6, knight b5... If king d6, knight b5 check, king d5, and then, knight c3 check. It's just the same thing. Black certainly cannot make progress, and I'm surprised, just...
I'm so hollow, baby.
So let me see. Okay, so Karjakin may have played king d6. This is
maybe we should probably speak about Leonard Cohen at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad.
Very sad.
2016 has taken some great artists from us,
yes.
I believe.
Yeah, a lot of them. Well, a lot of surprises.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a year.
Yeah, have you heard this? Do you know some songs by Leonard Cohen?
I know Hallelujah.
So there is one song that was featured in the series True Detective, season 2, and I have not
seen season 2 yet, so no spoilers. But
everyone lives and dies at the end.
Dude, I really hope that's not the case when we get around.
I actually lost interest in the middle, and then by the time I finished it, I didn't realize what I was watching. I was probably tired, man.
It's quite possible. So
yeah.
So I think
King d6 played.
King d6, I think it's gonna be over.
Don't spoil in the chat. Don't.
I know.
No, so basically, the song by Leonard Cohen I wanted to address is it's not a spoiler. It's just the theme song. It's called Nevermind, And I was very surprised when I saw it was by Leonard Cohen, because it's like the sound of the you heard. Did you hear the song? No, you didn't even start. I feel like singing it, but it's like you need a very deep bass voice to sing it.
You have a pretty deep voice, Tal.
Yeah, can you help me? No, it was.
maybe another 10 hours from now.
I mean, I feel like I want to be sued by someone. Yeah, so maybe I will sing some copyright material. No, but singing is allowed, right?
Singing is allowed. No, I think if you want to be sued, I think
I'm on the right path. Yeah.
Yes, you're on the right track. Yes.
Thank you. On the right track. Oh my God. Will this be quoted in court? I hope not.
Certainly, there was a brilliant. Well, actually, I won't. It's a little bit, but there was this fan. Have you ever seen this show? I think you would like it, like Rick and Morty.
Yeah, I loved it.
So there's like a fan made animation of Rick and Morty, and they're in a court, and it's like ridiculously vulgar with which one? Rick is the judge, and anyway, it's fan made animation, and it turns out that it's actually from a court transcript. It's the most ridiculous thing ever, but anyway, let's get back to the game. But anybody who's a fan of Rick and Morty, I would YouTube that.
Yeah, I saw one nice animation when they collabed with the Simpsons. It was really nice.
Oh yeah, Morty is the judge. Owen, yeah, sorry man.
Yeah, Morty.
I didn't see that. King D5.
Yeah, I think they are about to repeat.
No, it hasn't been played, but they're saying knight B5 check has been played. Yeah, there is no way to make progress. This is for sure just going to be a draw.
Yes. Morty is the judge. Thank you, Owen Greenberg. I might end up with this song. Hopefully, it will inspire them to repeat moves.
King D7. Play.
No!
What's wrong?
Sergey, why are you doing this?
This is really strange, though. I mean, why he doesn't play King D5 is
He wants to finish on a good mark.
No, maybe he's a little bit concerned if so it was King D5, knight B5, King C6, knight D4 check, King D6. He has always prevented knight C3 check, right?
No, but he could have gone to C6, come on. Carlsen was repeating moves rapidly.
Here. Right?
King
here,
C6 is a transposition.
But I'm saying white wants this.
No, but
right?
King C6 is a transposition directly to the same position exactly. Karjakin just wants the sponsors to have more viewership time for more commercials. The war was lost. The treaty signed. I was not caught. I crossed the line. I was not caught, though many tried. I live among you, well disguised.
Tal, I think that's a beautiful and fitting end to today's game. Version.
Did they make a draw?
That's what the chat is saying.
I want to believe them. I don't want to wait for my stream to update. Oh man. Imagine if this will be the cause of the lawsuit, you know, that I take their word on the draw instead of waiting for my social media, social network.
I think you're safe in that regard.
Yeah. Hallelujah. I think we can all sing, yeah, together with the viewers.
Well, I mean, I think I'm gonna sing with you in spirit.
Yeah, me too.
In silent spirit, I will be singing.
Yes. So, yeah, the game had nice tactics, as mentioned by Yossi Schutzman, and yeah, that's it for now, I guess. I'm happy. I will not reveal until tomorrow whether or not I decided to brush my teeth. And yeah, without further ado, we're going to thank Alex, who joined me on a relatively short notice. I couldn't find anyone else to do this stream today with me. And
Thank you. That makes me feel very special, Tom.
I mean, I wanted to keep you for the later rounds because so we can have more viewers. I assumed we will have less viewers, so you get the point. But obviously, you know how special you are. You just got the proof. So very short notice. I asked everyone I knew. I told them just not Alex. But yeah, nobody were here to save us. So as I mentioned, he has a YouTube channel, he has a Twitch channel, and I'm not sure if you guys know it, but we do these things for free. We don't get paid for it, if we didn't mention. And we don't ask for anything in return. But however, if you feel like supporting, then there is such a form of support that's referred to as subscribing or following, depending on the media, or even dropping a like. I have no clue what it does, but it feels good when there are likes over there. And, it's not like Facebook likes, when people can just see that you like Tal and they think, oh, what a nerd. So that's a good thing. So I'll encourage people to join Alex following, massive following. And yeah, with that being said, I'm probably going to sleep now. So thanks a lot. Thanks, Alex, for being here. And you're more than welcome in the future rounds whenever you decide. And hoping that I will have enough people to choose from, and I'll still choose you to show you how special you are.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. And thanks everyone who are watching. So I'll see you all in the next videos.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you again.